Hey up. Aldous, Bacon, how you both doing? Oh, I have got to get myself a better alarm. Seriously, my current one is like this soft animu chimes, and I tell you, while I am awake and functioning, like, it is only due to, I guess, a combination of River's involvement. Sorry, I'm closing the Gandam box. Only due to River's involvement and the fact that I'm genuinely excited for today's game. Well, I'm always excited to see you lot, but you know what I mean. Like, what do you need from an alarm? You need to be brought forward from the realms of sleep. You don't need something that's going to lull you back. Shenanigans, I tell you. Sorry, me talking about my non-problems. How are you both doing? Working on first cuppa, huh? I'm working on first feckin' jog pig. Down under dwarf. What, ho friend? How are you doing? Esmeralda. Oh, you got a new cat. You have a cat named Millie. Whoa. Cheers to Millie. Let me pour myself a coffee. Cheers a proper. Quasi, good morning. How are you doing? What, ho, and welcome to you both. You'll notice on the long ship, we don't specifically have a post your pets channel, because no one is ever sad to see pet pictures in general. No one has ever gone on there and been like, oh damn, that sure is too many pictures of someone's chinchilla. That's Izzy the chinchilla, by the way. Oh, and Lizzie, what ho friend, how goes it? Oh yeah, I haven't decaled them yet. But I do have very fancy nails. I might have to. I'll have to get a cup of water later to show you the cool trick with the red. I got color changing nails again. Woo! And I'm considering putting some Gandam decals on them. But I also have shiny chrome fingies as well. Yeah. Yeah, down dwarf. Who could be mad about the floofs? No one. How cute, lovely, adorable. Disgusting. Yeah, makes sense. I can see if we start like reaching out into villainous communities. You know, Skeletor. No, you know what? Even Skeletor's pro pets. Anti people, but definitely pro pets. Anyway, how are you doing, you lovely mother hobbies? How are you doing? Yeah, that's right. I'm plunging. It's coffee time. Lamalot, what ho friend, good morning. Oh, look at that. This isn't meant to be a big flex, but it feels like it is. Dalzet, what ho friend, hello, hello. So Quasi's got 2 hours left of work before the long weekend. Woo! Alright.
You French press Mother Hubbard.
Damn right I am. Quasi, how are you doing? No, the cafetiere is kind of like the good biting point between doing a huge gigantic pot of coffee and the little like stovetop percolaty style. Plus I can just keep it here, which is great.
Who wants to sing?
Fiona, thank you for the host. Sorry, just Aldous was saying on the Skeletor pets discussion, he'd be against battle cats for self-centered reasons. But like Skeletor also had a counter pet. I don't know if it featured as much in the cartoons, but there was definitely a toy that was like Battle Cat, but instead of being green and yellow, it was just felt purple, which does seem incredibly flex. Like, oh, I see you have a giant beefcake cat. Well, I've got one as well, but mine's suede. Hey, Lizzie, you know my feels. If I can be the background noise while you're getting stuff done, that makes me real happy. And sorry, Quasi, where are my manners this morning? Thank you kindly for 200. It was a Purple Panther, okay. Was it literally called Purple Panther? Alright. I mean, okay, friends, there's so much video game stuff we can talk about today. We're spoiled for conversation. But Skeletor's mount is now important. Skeletor's purple cat. Okay, the purple pet was called Panther. We're learning shit this morning. Yeah, and the OG one did have this, like, fake suede felt thing going on. Anyway, if this proves anything, it's that everybody is happy to see pictures of your pets. Everyone.
You said bell peppers and beef.
Even Skeletor.
His name's Asimov Solensen. Are you listening to me?
There's no beef in here.
Oh.
So you wouldn't really call it bell peppers and
Hey,
beef.
Quasi, if that's the case, then...
Yes.
memory loss I can deal with. Lack of manners. Lack of manners I can't. Anyway, how are you all doing, you lovely Mother Hubbards? It's the usual, like, it's only been 2 days and it feels like it's been 1,000 years. What's been going on with us? God. We got spoilt rotten by friendos. Went to a fancy show. I got my nails done. Yeah, that was about it. River was a ball of energy yesterday, so we took her to the dog bar just to get her run on. She is still besotted with this one, like, shiny steel water ball. This, for some reason, is the greatest toy in existence to her. Just spin it like a frisbee. She goes, like, paws at it, drags it around, then victoriously comes back. Dowsett fell asleep during the Blackout Club. Nothing directly to us, but in her teeth and Hunt the Strong had a throwdown, which resulted in a manner that no one would have expected, which is cool. I mean, I'll tell you about it if you want. I'm always happy to talk about the Blackout Club.
Animals and women.
Null speaks on Twitter. One of the team working on the Blackout Club, and I believe he's definitely head of story. He's been posting repeatedly about how lovely everybody's been, and like the story's not over yet, and it's starting to feel like, I don't know, like what if the Blackout Club's done by the end of the year? No, I'm not ready to be done. Ready to be done. So yeah,
It's cooking.
Special bell peppers and beef.
jumping back in. So Dan and Dwarf is excited for the weekend as they get to look after their parents' doggo. Lovely. Lizzie says Longship chaos in the background definitely helps distract from a few people being stupid drama llama children at work. Right? I mean, on the plus side, I am my only co-worker, so anything Drama Llama related, I know the dingus causing it, so that's nice. Dal says, cool. We need a second Blackout Club. I'm hoping they go for a sequel. Yeah, Wolfgrad. Jordan's been... I mean, I guess I've always known him as Noel, but yeah, it's been very emotional about Blackout Club stuff, and I can understand it. Like, you know, it's been an ARG, it's been a LARP, it's been an experience, it's been live performed, and it's been unlike anything anyone else has done. I wouldn't say it's been perfect, but it's an experience that will stay with me for the rest of my life. And you can't ask fairer than that, right? What I'm really interested to do is once Null has rung the bell, has rung time on the story, I want to get him on the show and I want to talk about like the behind the scenes, the tech, how they did it, and any kind of like bites and bits and information. Vanderby said Perun's not a drama llama. Hey, Perun's Zen as. Barman, Watto and hello. No, Perun's Zen as. Pippin's probably the drama llama. Yasuki is afraid of everything ever. Oh yeah, Alnus, like, hard agree. Like, the Blackout Club is by no means a perfect video game. There is no... Okay, there's a few arguable perfect video games. But it was it is still so fresh and so different. Like I said, there's so much I want to know about how they did it. I'm so curious. Okay, Bacon Avenger does make a good point that if River's around and something sounds like a plastic bag, there's going to be drama.
What hope? Another month, another chance to ask how much for hot tub stream whilst wearing a skimpy bikini.
Ah! I don't know if the world wants that. Like, in my heart of hearts, I'm like, I know, I could, that's a thing we could do. I mean, it nearly happened during the heat wave. So, who knows? Lizzie's like, do not answer this. Do not give chat a number. Barman says Portal is perfect. Literally top one on Steam. Well, I wouldn't say that it being top on Steam is the reason, but I would agree. Like, okay, when I say perfect, I don't mean that this is the greatest game ever made. Perfect games for me are ones where every aspect of the game's creation comes together to form that experience with no detraction. You know, I often point to Transistor as another perfect game. Like, everything in Portal is working in lockstep brilliantly to convey this experience. There's no wasted energy. Yeah, Barman. I miss Valve from the 2000s as well. Although I was in a late night chat with a friendo, and as much as the Valve of now is just a big digital storefront, one of the things that, you know, we can take heart in is, even though they do have a huge monopoly on the sale of video games, thanks to how Valve have chosen to do things, we didn't end up in a similar situation like the music industry and the film industry, where they're almost entirely reliant on big, untouchable juggernauts. Like, you can't put your movie in a cinema. You can't. To even get involved with the distribution network, I mean, I guess you could rent a cinema for 2 hours and show it to your friends, but there's no way you can inject yourself into that system. It's very locked down. But you can release a game on Steam. You can do it now. It's $100, done. And maybe 2 people buy it, maybe 100,000 people buy it. Like, Valve won't charge you any more, any less. I mean, they might charge you less once you start getting up into premium status, but yeah. Yeah. I mean, and Barman, I don't know if you've had the chance to play through Half-Life Alyx. That was one of the bittersweet things about it, is it's so good. Much like early Valve stuff, there's very little wasted energy, and there's a lot of attention to detail and a lot of like heart in Half-Life Alyx. You just got to get through all the scary shit. And have I got speed fin? Yeah, look at these. Look at these. Rebellious loops. Yeah, Vanderbeest, something can't count to 3. Oh. I mean, I have a feeling it's got a lot to do with Valve's flat structure setups. But that's another kettle of monkeys. Oh, and Bomberman was also hyped to get the Stream Deck. I can't justify one, considering that, like, I have this rig where I do the primary amount of my work and streaming and everything from. But I tell you, if I was still traveling for work, I would be on that like a car bonnet. Like, the Switch saved my sanity when I had to travel for work, and being able to take my Steam library into that same level of portability, sign me up, heck yes please. Like, a 16-hour flight, doesn't matter. I'm playing Factorio, or, well, okay, maybe not Factorio. Being able to play They Are Billions on the plane, that's going to save some sanity right there. But to get that now would just be like an expensive, decadent toy. Like, I shall not play video games on this screen. I shall play the same ones in the other room. Oh yeah, and on the flat structure, Bombum, one thing I've noticed in flat structure operations is that you do have a hierarchy. It's just not enforced by anything other than social capital and other elements like that. Because yeah, it's everyone is supposedly equal, but some people are more equal than others. And that can make development very difficult because making games is hard. And sometimes it requires sacrifice. Sometimes it requires people to do stuff they don't wanna. But in a flat structure environment, if you're the person making people do things they don't wanna, pretty soon they're just gonna stop working with you. Oh, and the voices in the background is this Cowboy Bebop tribute mix that I like. It's just got the right cadence for natter and banter. Anyway, sorry. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Stammering was saying, screaming at that one zombie who overwhelms your city. Friends, They Are Billions is incredibly good fun. I do recommend it. What I do not recommend doing is starting up a game of it on a Sunday night when you've got to be up the next day. Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, hi Co-op. What, ho friend? You got dessert. Nice. The important question though being, what dessert? Oh, Alna says remember throwing some other game dev saying it's the perfect demo unit. Yes! Being able to just take the Steam Deck to events and just plug it up like a rig is going to be great. And Steppergen, what ho friend? Hello, hello. How are you all doing? Sorry, we're just nattering about, I guess, the Steam Deck and Valve making some good stuff. Okay, so Esmeralda, yes. The game we are playing today is Conway, Disappearance at Dahlia View. And it could be a little bit of, again, a Will... This could be a little bit of Will making excuses to play games with English people in it, or caricatures of English people. A little girl has gone missing in a small town in England, and you, as an old wheelchair-bound detective, are trying to work out what really happened. Some same people did The Occupation and Ether 1. And I'm pretty sure The Occupation was one we did. I think it was The Occupation we did. Yes. And... Oh, and Down and Dwarf. Thank you for the 200 bits, friend. Sorry, I guess I'm still slowly getting myself caffeinated. But no, The Occupation was a fascinating, like, real-time detective game. This seems to use some similar theories. But it also has the idea of like putting the series of events together and trying to work out what happened, similar to a lot of other detective games that we played. So my sincere hope is that Conway is going to bring together bits that we've seen. No!
My bitty on the bottom of the cup wanted a big brother.
I'm going to be honest with you. Bitty on the bottom sounds like something from an overly polite, very grown-up party. But thank you for 1,000 bits. Fucking, is me still getting caffeinated? Cheers to you. Oh, cheers to you. And Barmum, we can talk about demos if you'd like, because demos are one of those things that they're always, demos are such a complicated topic to talk about. I love bantering about it. Bacon Avenger and Vanderbeest, thank you for refilling the pint glass. But seriously, Quasi, thank you for chucking in like $10 of bits. Even if it did result in a Welshman saying aloud, my bitty on the bottom. What does that mean? I'll leave it to you and your creative minds, dear friend. Alright, friendos, I think we're going to have to create a money zone in the Longship. Because this week is, at least in the US, it's the run-up to Black Fridays. And... No, not Hulu. Humble! God, you two are always arguing with me. God darn it, I lost my train of thought there. Oh, yes. Humble's already started doing its Black Friday sale. Even though it's Tuesday, but don't worry about it. Friday. This week, Friday's a concept of mind. If you'll forgive me for being a massive shill for a second, there are some absolute bangers in there. The one that I really want to recommend if you've been on the fence about it is Deathloop. Deathloop's for $30, and I would love to see more AAA games be as fresh and as interesting as that. Like, fucking y'all. Also, a bunch of other games that we talk about a lot on the Longship. So, 7 Days to Die, Dark Souls 3, the Resident Evil 2 remake, which is phenomenal. Like, there's so many bangers in here. So, okay. Also, touch wood, there may yet be Longship merch once more. I don't have too much to say in it right now, but I've been having some cool chats with some cool people. Yeah. Oh, and Barnum. I had seen that, but I haven't dug too deeply into it. Basically, Dead Cells is doing a massive crossover with a bunch of different cool... hang on, there's a really good article about it.
What ho Vikings? Did someone say merch?
I absolutely did. I have been talking with some cool peoples. I am hoping to have some cool news. Oh, and Barnum, it's nothing against your good self. We have it so it's just links for subs, just to stop bots trying to jack people's accounts and stuff like that. It's nothing against your good self. So, Barnum, I'll try and find the article you were talking about. All right, well, we'll go for rock, paper, shotgun, because I always love that lot. Yeah. Dead Cells now has Hollow Knight in it. Okay, so it's... What is it? So it's Guacamelee, Hyperlight Drifter, Skull, Blasphemous, and Hollow Knight. Like, what's not to like, friends? Oh, yes, and the Terraria crossover with Don't Starve. Hey, I'm loving this. This whole intermingling of indies. Because there's no thing that denotes specifically what is and is not considered part of, like, the iconic indies. And it's fascinating to see which games are cross-pollinating. It's one of that kind of collaboration is one of the cool things about working in the indie space. Because to do that kind of thing at a AAA size, like the amount of nonsense. Oh, way cool. Oh, like I said that the game made cute references to Dark Souls, like a working bonfire. Yeah. I mean, okay, the story of Dead Cells is fascinating. Friends, if you ever want to study a game that shows you how to market as an indie team, like, Dead Cells knocked it out of the park. And I still think their methodology for working with content creators is one of the best. It's a bit sneaky cheeky, but if you've got the time... so basically... The TLDR is that with Dead Cells throughout early access, they reached out to very small content creators first. Just worked with them directly and started to build essentially like a noise and a groundswell. So going to content creators who had small YouTube channels or like small viewerships on this twitch.television, reaching out to them and being like, hey, we made this Metroidvania roguelike. If you want to play it, here's a copy. If you want to chat with devs, here we are. And they did that to the point where they started to create a buzz generation around it. Then they started approaching mid-tier individuals, and by the time they'd approached a bunch of them, they were already aware of Dead Cells and been looking into it. But then, by the time this momentum has built from these interactions, the big content creators were getting in of their own volition, as opposed to if you approached them directly and they'd be like, cool, yeah, you've got to give me, I don't know, 50k or something like that. Oh, that's way cool. Sorry, Barman was saying that the Terraria crossover happened when someone asked the devs in an AMA, what game would you want to cross over with if you could? They said Don't Starve, and the rest is history. Nice! I love stories like that. I love stories like that. I mean, that's one of the things that makes the video game industry so lovely, is everybody in it gives a feck, and most people get into it because of their love of other titles. And when those teams get to work together, it's fucking cool. I mean, it's been kind of cool as the norm for social media stuff has moved more and more towards humanization of brands and mimetic nonsense. It has meant that people at different companies have been able to basically riff with each other using social media, which has been interesting. And what's been really good to see is that cross-pollination hasn't ended up being to the detriment. So, like, for example, the fact that fans decided that Doom Guy and oh my god, how have I forgotten a name from Animal Crossing? I'm the worst. I need more coffee today. But that those two brands ended up gaining an association with each other, and at least on social media, those two teams as supporting each other didn't result in any loss of sales. It flies in the face of the old methodology, which was a little bit pre-social media, but the idea that you shouldn't promote your competitors. Oh, as racist Millie is home, the cat has returned. Isabel, thank you, Alnus. How did I forget that? God, I need to get further into this coffee. Dal says that Brawlhalla released a crossover with Street Fighter yesterday, loving it. It's just crossover week. Shit. Who are we going to do a crossover with? Shit. I don't know. We'll have to think of. I have to think of a cool, cool brand. Come, brand. We must cross over. We kind of have a crossover with Thor. Thor's family. That's like, it's like having a crossover with your pets. And Sonic, we've kind of been there already. Okay, Stammering Gamer, good luck. May the zombie hordes never pierce your walls. And Barman, it's one of those interesting ones where when games are in competition isn't direct, but it's definitely the thing of like, if you're making a game and I'm making a game, if we're in two different spaces, in two different genres, and we don't have an online component, we aren't competitors. We're, as you were saying, like, people can buy both games. When it does become competition is when you have multiple titles that occupy the same space in somebody's life in a non-changeable manner. By which I mean, like, Battlefield and Halo Infinite occupy the same space. And I think there's a Call of Duty coming as well, or something. Like, an online shooty gun bang AAA title. Those occupy the same space, so they are in competition. And by the looks of things, Halo Infinite has ruffle-stomped everybody else by being very good and free. That was a power play. So Sorry, Aiko was saying the ultimate crossover would be with Playframe. Good luck getting the schedule on that one. Yup! Oh, Dan. What? Dan, mate, why do you do it? You could do anything. You could do a story playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV. Feckin' yo. Although, I will say, if you haven't seen Dan's primer on the story of Final Fantasy XIV's relaunch, it's a really good condensed version of the story. Because to get the full picture, you need to watch like 4 documentaries, or just watch Dan's 10-minute video. So yeah, if you haven't, okay, I can't imagine any of you don't know Floydo's stuff, but if for some reason you haven't seen it, give that a watch. Oh, Esmer said D&D and a Blackout Club crossover. Oh. Null has said that they've considered doing some inroads into doing some tabletop-style storytelling stuff. So that would be an interesting place to see, because again, we've specifically not asked Null anything about how they run the systems behind the scenes for the Blackout Club, and I don't want to know until the story's concluded. That's just my personal choice. But what will be interesting is to hear like what the constraints and limitations were, and how many of those will be removed if you turned it into a tabletop setup. Oh, Ark of the Conclave says, yeah, you can only play so many games of service games. Yes. You can play as many single-player story games as possible. Now, you can buy a single-player narrative and play it whenever the heck you want, unless it's something that's reliant on a big hook or a reveal. Yeah, I'm still trying to finish The Last of Us Part 2 proper, and I have very complicated feelings about it. JP says, what's the last crossover that fits in the Blackout Club? Like Mario Kart, I want to say Handful Boyfriend. Like an inter-school Red Acre High and whatever the Pigeon School was crossover. The barman was saying, I guess indies are more open to the stuff. Well, there's less legal red tape. With something like, let's pick on COD. Actor Blizz can stand to take a few more licks at the moment. With something like Call of Duty, it's not just one team making a game and putting it out. Like, the brand is owned by the corporation. There are multiple teams working on multiple parts. There's also a marketing campaign that's set in multiple languages across the world. So any brand deals, any agreements with other people have to be checked and confirmed by huge swaths of the organization. To even put the Call of Duty logo on something probably requires at least 6 people to sign off on it. That's where kind of like the power and weight of a big IP ends up becoming a millstone. Like, forgive me if I already talked about this, but we've discussed it a lot on the idea of battleship game development. Like the idea that the bigger your company is, the slower it is to move because of decision-making processes like that. The reason why we see stuff like the Doom Isabel crossovers was because people wanted it to happen, and the social media teams indulged it without going hard. And then each team congratulating the other on launches did real interesting. Okay, so sorry, just jumping back in with some of the other crossovers. Ikoa's going Subnautica X, the Blackout Club, Will's most loved nightmare. God, it's just a collection of games that shit me up sideways that I love. Dead by Daylight X Blackout Club. How would you do the shape? I mean, I guess you could add the blink mechanic in. Oh, that could be interesting. Dota X Blackout Club. That would be kind of cool. Or some Dota-themed outfits. But then again, friends, I finished watching Arcane last night, and after that, like, feckin' sign me up, sign me up, fecking friends, if you're curious about that, obviously you don't need yet another white man's opinion on a Netflix show. But for me personally, it was very good and maybe one of my shows of the year. Lord Lost and Found, what ho friend? Hello, hello. How goes it? Blackout Club X Everheard. The song gets serious. Ooh, I like it. But then you have to do Dance for You's track and Dance for Us's track, and then I get all sad.
You have some very smooth moves, my friend. Can I ask you a favor?
Oh, Starring saying the art style makes him want to replay Dishonored. Yes.
Like judo and kung fu.
Sorry, I'm just enthusiastically agreeing with you there. It absolutely embodies that that kind of clockwork super text stylings. And I promise I'm not going to talk people's ear off about the Cowboy Bebop show. We've been watching that, kind of rationing it. It's interesting, and I don't hate it. I want to deconstruct it, but I don't hate it. Okay, one of the things that I've been finding fascinating about it is, and Fiona was pointing this out, that most of the actors are about our age. That being people that grew up with like second wave anime, and especially considering which parts get incredible attention to detail. Like, you have to really know that show to get into it in that regard. I'm finding that fascinating. Oh, wait, cool. Sorry, Lord Lost and Found's been building some more of your kingdom. Taking a break and building some Space Engineers. How are you finding the Barbatus build? Because I feckin' loved it. Okay, Bombum, that would be incredible. Having GLaDOS and the narrator from the Stanley Parable interact, heck yes.
I control that force.
You know, the bizarre meta-narrative with GLaDOS's like razor-sharp sarcasm. Oh, sign me up. And stammering, I have, and I know exactly what you mean. So, it's... Sorry, Bomber was saying for like GLaDOS and the narrator just roasting the shite out of you. Oh yes, they would be merciless with mockery. So I feel like they'd either get on like a house on fire or try and kill us. It's one or t'other.
Do you see now?
Beacon Pines.
It means becoming like clear water.
Let's have a look-see. It doesn't ring a bell right this very moment, but I'll be honest with you, Draconic Dude, I am slowly getting up to speed. Oh, yes, no. I love the art style. Have they said if it's going to be voiced or not? Sorry, Akoa was suggesting Blackout Club X Bubba is you. Don't know how it works, but it'll break my brain. Yup. God, I'm trying to think of like some really shonky good meta-narrative stuff to mix in with the Blackout Club. Because, okay, the Blackout Club X Subnautica is just what happens when you forget to power your base. Oh, and Lord Lost and Found's Gundam Adventures. This looks amazing. We've got to finish up the legs on Char's Zegok before we get the hands on it. Yep, fair. I'm starting Char's Zaku 2. That's my next build. I'm looking forward to it. Though, I've got to say, we did the Magikarp build on Saturday, and it was glorious. Like, it was really feckin' good. Okay, Meebot's eating shit. Sorry, forgive my swearing. I'm just gonna let the rest of the crew know that we're live. Oh, Barnum, we're pretty good friends with William Pugh over at the Crows, and I think they're taking their time to get it right. They even eased off of. Hey! Sorry, I was about to cheer the arrival of the Herald of Chaos, and I'm like, that's how you get an Inquisition on you. How are you doing? What? Oh, and welcome! How goes it? It has been a hot minute. How are you doing? I was just about to poke the Longship as a whole, because Meebot's been snoozing on the job today. So, to the Herald of Chaos, how have you feckin' been? And also, like, how was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me your tales. Tell me your tales. While I be a vaguely decent host. Both. There we go. Okay, to Captain Bambi's Revenge, Marto, and welcome. And thank you kindly for the follow. I want to say Gidio? Well, Marto, and welcome. And who else came in? Say my proper hellos. We're doing some Valhalla, lovely. I'm sorry you've been going through the ringer, friend. I started D&D campaign in January. Lovely. Lovely. That sounds excellent. There's been very little, like, super booper. No, I guess we've had some cool moments. Like, so over here, we've been weirdly getting into Worms Armageddon. We've got a big tournament on the 11th. The Longship Open Christmas Special. We had my good friend Ben Padden, basically being the driving force behind doing some Worms Armageddon stuff, and the last tournament we did was so much fun. So in like a week and change we're doing another one, which you're more than cordially invited to come join us for. Oh, so Herald of Chaos, you don't just start your campaign, you're going to be the DM. Ooh. You know, saying, sounds like a fishing tournament, you know, there's worms and all. I mean, considering how many of them end up in the drink, I'm not surprised. Lot of drownings. But yeah, there's been nothing air horn, cash register sound, air horn going on over here. Fiona's working at game development studio, which is heckin' cool. The guinea pigs are doing great. River is an absolute treasure as always, although she's been getting cabin fever, and we think it's because we're both home but we're working full time, so even though no one's left the house, she's not getting as much attention as she was. As like yesterday, she woke me up, just put the paw on my chest and was like, excuse me, I need attention. And I was like, well, have you got food? Do you need to go out? Are you alright? No, you're fine. And then she puts the paw on me again and goes, I'm sorry, this wasn't a request. God, I love that dog. But we went to the dog bar last night so she could get a run in. I'm just about to go stab Meebot in the E-prom. Okay. Okie dokie Loki. Giroson the cat has been very vocal and not liking the fact that it's too cold for the windows to be open. Isn't that the truth? And yeah, Aikoa, River's the star of the show. I've known this the whole time. That's okay. That's okay. Bismarck, Watto and welcome. Hello, hello. So yeah, Harold, I forget what we were talking about when you came on in. There's so much game news to chat about. Like, we're feckin' spoiled. The one that makes you go, huh, is Epic Games bought Harmonix. So the company most notable for, you know, plastic guitars and musical songs are now owned by Epic Games, which is interesting. And Lexi, what ho friend? Hello, hello. Yep, Barman, Steam sale starts tomorrow. That's gonna be a whole heap of everything. Oh yeah, and Bismarck, the GTA Remastered trilogy has been such a disaster, and I have no sympathy for them. I mean, obviously, the team that were responsible for it were put under a horrendous deadline. There was no way they were going to succeed to remaster 3 games for the holiday season, but like, Take-Two have been so aggressive shutting down mod projects and like fan patches and taking the old games off sale, and then they went through all this trouble to crush so much creativity, so much goodwill with the community, and then release an incredibly, in certain points, unplayable remaster. Oh, Night Valen, what ho friend? Yeah, Lexi, it is just sad. With all the money and resources they have as well, like, no one's ever looked at Rockstar and gone, those kids sure could use a few extra pennies to rub together. They make a game development budget's worth of money every fucking day. Like, and Barman, I know what you mean. There's very little that comes out of the AAA space that genuinely interests me. That's why I would get raving about Deathloop. But I do know what you mean. And Star, good morning and hello, how are you doing? Oh, and to Godot was asking about who is River. That's River there. River, come say hello! River, come say hi! River has decided to defend the house instead. I'll see if I can drag her in a bit. But the most important news of the day, the most important video game news that we will talk about, is the fact that Bandai Namco will be making a Switch game of Pui Pui Molcar, the guinea pig, the What If Guinea Pigs Were Cars anime that has brought nothing but joy into the hearts of so many. Oh, okay, so Herald of Chaos. This is, oh, and Godot, thank you kindly for the follow. So I'm still probably going to do Gundam decals over these. But I got my nails done all fancy like. And so the bright red ones, these are color changes. So depending on the warmer it is, the brighter the red is. But if my hands start going cold, it goes to this deep dark red through to a black. It's fucking cool. So I got fancy nails. And I also got these chrome ones as well, which they don't really show up well on camera, but like, I only really started doing fancy stuff with my nails during lockdown. Mainly because I had a lot of time in my hands. Herald of Chaos, I will ask my friendo what these were specifically, but you can get color change nail polish stuff online that's not too expensive. And Barman, I know what you mean. Like, putting Deathloop next to Outer Wilds is an unfair comparison. But I did like how Deathloop felt like it was created by a team that understood the kind of nonsense you want to get. there was a really interesting video that, while I don't agree with a lot of the sentiment, they talk about the exhaustion of infinity, and Deathloop captures that brilliantly. That when you first start playing Deathloop, if you're anything like me, you play it like a ghost, drifting through levels, never getting seen, never getting caught, taking things like slowly and carefully. But the more you play through the game, the more you'll kind of, alright, I've done this bit. Okay, you know what, feck it, let's just gun them down. I'm not going to lose anything if I just run through this area with a heavy machine gun. And I found that as myself, I stopped being interesting and meticulous with my murder and just became like functional. Oh yes, and Barman, 12 minutes can feckin' do one. But no, seriously, Puri Mole Car, the racing game, you can pet the car, it'll make little guinea pig noises. I can't state enough how important this is. You know what, Star? I'm okay with pretending 12 minutes didn't happen. We can just cut that one out. Okay, Wolfcrad, maybe that's it. Maybe we'll see if there's like an online mode for guinea pig racing, and we'll just make ourselves like a little longship league. And yes, Star, it gives the time loop games a bad rap, and there've been a lot of excellent bangers in that space. Like, I don't think today's game is going to be a time looping one. I don't think Conway has anything along those lines, but it does have the idea of trying to put together the series of events to make it make sense. So I'm really looking forward to today's game, friends, because it seems to bring together a bunch of different ideas of other indie detective games we've played and pull them into one experience. Okay. Yeah, so the Guinea Pig Racing League, we'll look into it. We'll make this happen. I'm so okay with this. What else has been going down before we get a gaming proper? Check the hot sheets. So yeah, we talked about Epic's buying Harmonix. Some people are worried because they use the term metaverse in the sales pitch, and I truly believe that is in there to make investors happy rather than with any intent. Yeah, Wolfcrad, most wholesome racing league ever. Oh, Tiny Build bought Versus Evil and Red Cerberus. That was something that I didn't see coming. Like, for a company called Tiny Build, they're a feckin' powerhouse. So, it's going to be really interesting to see how this continues to shape up. Now, there is one theory that the reason why Tiny Build bought Versus Evil was because of Red Cerberus, which is Versus Evil's in-house testing group. So, it definitely is a smart purchase, but it's like the team that made Hello Neighbor are contenders, and that's a strange one to think about. Barman, I have played Frostpunk and I am excited for the sequel, which seems really dark to say. It's like being excited for This War of Mine 2, but I really enjoyed Frostpunk, and I feel like it's one of those titles that now they've made one, they can understand how to get the flexibility in feckery. It's like small as waffles right. It's like, yay, depressing cold. For Frostpunk, it's at its most expressive when things are going wrong.
Frostpunk was such a cool game.
Stammering Gamer, I will be expecting a formal apology for that joke on my desk. Sorry, thank you for the 200, you terror. Yeah, you may commence with booing. Herald was saying that Frostpunk was the only strategy game that got their blood pumping for the finale. Now that makes sense. It's so tense though. The last superstorm. The things I would be interested to see from a Frostpunk follow-up is more flexibility in fail states. Because again, Frostpunk's at its most narratively expressive when things are going wrong. And honestly, if you play that game and never break the generator, you never know how dark that game can get. But if you play it like, if you play it in a strategy game optimization way, if you get to the point where you need to break your generator, you might just start a new game. That's not uncommon in strategy game styles. Like, well, I've lost. There's no way I can pull this back because I'm behind the curve. Feck it, start a new game. What I'd be interested to see in Frostpunk is more ability to come back from the brink through social choices. Because, okay, the one thing that people said about Frostpunk, and I wholeheartedly agree.
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Thank you for streaming.
To Professor Farnsworth, I mean, thank you for, how many months is that? 26, bleeding Nora. I still remember being blown away when people subbed for like 2-3 months. I guess I still am. But Professor Farnsworth, I know I say this a lot, but I'm going to say it again. I fucking love doing this. I'm about to go into a conversation about this war of minds, personal morality versus Frostpunk's social morality. Like how big a price is too big to keep your civilization alive, your city going. And
Who wants to sing?
we're all doing that. And Captain Steph, House Valkyrie, represent. Thank you for the host. We're going to do that. And then we're going to play a weird, really intricate detective indie game. Like, that is the day that we have ahead of us. I've got a cafeteria coffee to kill. I've got your company to compliment, and some other C words that would have gone really well together if this had been a bit. But my point being, thank you. I love doing this. I love doing this. Cheers to you. What was I saying? Oh, yes. So this War of Mine is a game about personal morality. What are you prepared to do to survive? Fucking yo! Prof, thank you for 1,000 bits. That's $10 to keeping the lights on, so sincerely thank you. Lyris, thank you for the pint glass, and stammering while I was offended by your joke and its terrible tenacity. Thank you for 200. I always live in fear of sounding like one of those. If any of you have seen Bo Burnham's Inside, the streamer skit fills me with an existential dread because I worry about sounding like that. Like sounding like someone who is disconnected and dead inside. You lot keep my dumb ass alive, and I'm very grateful for that. And Captain Stephen Barnes, how are you doing, friend? What was I saying? Oh, yes. So this War of Mine gives you moral choices on a personal level. Would you take would you take food from an old couple that can't defend themselves to keep your family alive? Like, where does your morality come in? And then for Frostpunk, it's asking you at a social level, like, what are you prepared to do? Are you going to put children to work? And if so, are you going to put them in dangerous jobs or safe jobs? Like, will you... I'm trying to think of some other good examples that aren't too spoilery. Like, choices on healthcare in Frostpunk can make or break your entire run. Like, do you allow people time to rest and heal before returning to work, or do you just get them healed and send them straight back out again? Because the thing is, a person recovering takes up a bed. In the event that there is an emergency and there's not enough beds, people will die. But if you push your workers too hard, they will get sick and die anyway. So it's having to make those choices. Yeah, you're going to heal the broken limbs or cut them off. Yes. cutting off broken limbs gets people back on their feet faster, but they're then dismembered and not as useful. Oh, Bomberman, are you talking about the last autumn content for Frostpunk? Yes, the cannibalism laws and things like that. It's fascinating. Oh, Lizzie said not cut, kill. Okay, my apologies. God, yeah. And so Frostpunk becomes this question of like, what are you prepared to do to keep everyone going? I found that fascinating. The only criticisms I had with it is that you do have to play it like a strategy game. There is a wrong way to go. And so you can end up playing at least the OG campaign multiple times before you get it down pat. And by the time you get it down pat, you're not making the mistakes that lead to those moral quandaries. I remember someone comparing it to Shadow of Mordor's Nemesis system, in that it only really shines when you're losing. And so what I'm really hoping from Frostpunk 2 is to create that same experience even when you're on the win curve. Not sure how they're going to do it, but I'm really curious to find out. Esmer is like, so basically Frostpunk's the moral question about the trains. The trolley problem. I mean, it gets very trolley problem at times, and then some. But no, Barman, I haven't played the last autumn scenario. We managed to clear the OG. We managed to clear the OG event, and I haven't been back to it since then. But it's just been hours in a day. Like, I love that game. Harvest of Jar. Bummer, I will add it to the list. Smaller says, it's the trolley problem. If you derail the trolley, everyone dies. Yeah, if you make the wrong choice, everyone dies a cold, freezy, bad death. Camstep saying that Snowpiercer movie is kind of a sort of sequel to Willy Wonka. I love that theory. Oh god, yeah. Sorry. Star was saying that trolley problem games, the Red Strings Club and Prey are their favourites. Yes. It almost feels like an oversimplification to call the Red Strings Club a trolley problem game, because what the Red Strings Club does is it asks you very plainly what your moral stances are, and then it challenges them. And let me tell you, playing that with an audience is a there was an experience, let me tell you. I'm glad that I did, but yeah. Having like moral absolutism thrown at you alongside your own personal beliefs in a video game about being a cyber bartender is not what I was expecting. Like, I almost feel, Star, that Prey goes easy on you in terms of your choices when it comes to morality in that game. Prey has a little bit of the 451 problem. Okay, it's not really a problem. Because it feels good. Sorry, let me back it up. In the 451 series of titles, you are often asked to make very difficult choices. But if you are good enough at the game, you are able to work around it. So if you've got enough universal lockpicks, if you've got the right skill set to negotiate a person off a ledge, if you've got the right guns to kill somebody before they kill your brother in a fucking shootout, you can sometimes work around the moral quandaries by being very, very good at the game. Now that's not bad. In fact, I think that's one of the more rewarding things that I hate using the term immersive sim, but the 451 games offer you is if you play hard and do right, you can find problems outside of the immediate. Oh, Bomberman was just adding that the city must survive, will always have a place in their heart. Yes. It's like, how far will you go? Alice was saying that while it may not be the same thing, they always found the last missions on Mass Effect 2 had some great storytelling when you lost members of your team on the advanced mission, but found out that they could win those choices and lose no one. Yes. It's difficult when the most expressive times are when the game is... when you're losing. I mean, Esmeralda, aside from, like, the big uns, like, you know, morality... okay, watch The Good Place. That is probably the best deconstruction of, like, moral philosophy, and it's really fucking funny. But there are loads of different schools of thought when it comes to talking about morality. And it's a complex topic that will never be solved because humans are squishy. We are squishy nonsense. We are grey fat meat powered by lightning in a skeletal meat suit. Like, we are... we are a glorious mess of a creature. I think people are great. And... the weird eccentricities of the human experience are what make life worth it, you know? But that's my personal philosophy. And you can get really into the weeds on those ones. What the Red Strings Club does so well is it never tells you you're wrong. What it does is it asks you, what do you believe? And then it proposes situations that challenge those beliefs. And so it makes you... I'm trying to talk about it without giving the game away because I cannot recommend the Red Strings Club enough. But it asks you to put your ideals into moral situations. And that is something that I find fascinating. No other game has batted that hard in that field. And I felt that, you know, Prey Nouveau, there was no way they could bat that hard with a AAA game. No one would sign off on it. But it also meant that it couldn't be as spicy. Esmeralda says, it makes you have an identity crisis over morals in front of a live studio audience. JP was saying, speaking of Mass Effect, there is a gut punch when you find out you could save one of your team members in 3 for if you made a different choice in 1. Yes! I mean, that was one of the things that Chernobylite did so well. Is Chernobylite took that whole, like, do you choose the left door or the right door choice mechanic and allows you to rearrange the timeline? Because whilst... it's one of those things of, like, whilst that's very interesting that you can have a different cast of people that live through your playthrough than I do, we both want certain characters to survive, and sometimes, especially in games like Mass Effect, we have to look outside the narrative to work out how to keep people alive. Like, my partner at the time was Googling how to make sure so-and-so doesn't die on a phone whilst we were doing the run-through. God, actually, was it on phone? Or was it on laptop? I'm trying to think. No, it was... Was it? God, now I'm trying to think if our Mass Effect playthrough was pre or post iPhones. But anyway, those kinds of moral choices are more along the lines of, like... okay, as an industry, we're learning, and sometimes it feels mean to pick on old BioWare titles. Because we're learning how to do systems that reflect moral choices in games. Back in the day, you had the good... Diary Quill, Watto friend. Back in the day, it was mostly you have a good choice or an evil choice. The evil choice gets you rewards quick. The good choice gets you rewards slow. So, like, for all the BioWare stories, you have, like, do you punch a kitten in the face for some cash, or do you save the kitten and pay for it to go to college or whatever? Okay, I literally just described Temmie from Undertale. Why am I like this? But the point being, you're given one option which will give you a reward immediately, usually a fiscal one, and one reward that will seemingly give you nothing. But if you go through that, you get story and you get a reward after, because the cat goes to college and then invents a super gun and gives you the super gun, and you're like, oh, I never didn't think this would happen. We've learned a lot of how to do more complex ways of showing morality in games since then. I mean, and this is the thing, it's not that they were wrong and bad back then, it's that we've moved forward. Friendos, if you're interested in that kind of moral choice in Shooty Gunbang, if you haven't played Chernobylite, I don't think... Is Chernobylite on Humble? Chernobylite, it is. It's not on sale yet, though, so you might want to wait a couple of days to see if it ends up on there. Oh... but yeah, what Chernobylite does is it allows you to rework the timeline from those choices and the knock-on effects that you get, so you don't feel like you get hoodwinked. Because there's a load of times where it's like, one of the early choices is do you blow up the radar wall or not? One character asks you specifically to blow up the radar wall. Hey! Jackie Foxbutt, thank you for 8 months, friend. Thank you. Oh yes, so one person asks you to blow up the radar wall, one person says leave it, and you don't know the knock-on effects of that choice until much, much later. But rather than feel like you either did or didn't get hoodwinked, or you did or didn't make the right choice, what you can do is go back in time and rework that and then see how it affects the timeline from there. And that was something I really, really liked, because that one choice or t'other system, sometimes we as the user aren't given enough information to make an educated choice. And it doesn't feel good when we lose a character, or we lose story, or we lose narrative, because we've made the wrong choice. We chose the wrong cup, and it didn't have the little pip of story that we wanted, like, underneath it. So Barman was saying that morality in games works great when your choices suck and you decide which one will suck less. I know what you mean. Being given less of the, will you help the old lady across the road, or will you throw her down the stairs? Choices allows the more nuanced the question our user is being asked, the more we can do with it. Stammering says that their problem with some game choices is they're becoming too predictable. The language of video games unfortunately does that. You know that if you save the mayor's daughter, then he'll give you a house, or killing the king allows his people to serve you. Yes, through our understanding of game mechanics and through the manner in which we're rewarded, we know that what's seemingly the choice with no rewards will always benefit us in some way.
Stop that incessant clicking.
No. To Jackie Foxbutt, thank you for gifting sub to tier 1. You gave a tier 1 to tier 1. Why are you doing this? My brain's just like having a little like, I don't know if you all saw like the shapes and numbers floating above my head there, but that was a moment. Esmeralda saying they feel like these morality in games are so much better than good versus evil. Yes. I mean, and we're still learning. Again, the great thing about video games is that morality systems have not been mastered. It's not which of these correct formula for morality will you be using. It's how are we doing this? How can we learn how to do this? And I don't know if you can hear the squeak, squeak, squeak of the guinea pigs in the background. Sorry, Lord Lost and Found said, sorry to interrupt. I've just come to the realization that Lord Lost can make the OG Gundam White Base and Space Engineers. No one can stop them. Has someone made that as like a mod pack? JP says, how do we stand with Witcher 3 and its systems? I mean, Witcher 3's Blood and Wine DLC is one of the great experiences of our time. Yes, Star, you're entirely correct. The Nuggets have very strong opinions on morality in video games. Ikoa was saying that the problem that they often get is that with your moral choice affects the game and its progress, is that once they know it's there, Ikoa gets removed out of the game. They start seeing the moral choices as logical paths to their goals instead of emotional moral choices that are meant to be. I hate that. The impact is removed because it becomes just a game, or the gamification of it. One of the ones I thought was really smart was the first Metro. The first Metro's morality system was subtle. It was baked in that there were situations where if you treated it as a video game, you would make the wrong choice. But if you treated it in universe, you would make the correct choice. And I thought that was very clever. So there's one bit where you see a mutant with some little baby mutants, and the thing is, it doesn't attack you. It doesn't charge at you. It doesn't do anything. It just stays there, and it's like the mama guarding the nest. Now, if you play it as a shooty gun bang game, see bad guy, shoot bad guy, done. But if you put yourself in the world of Metro, this thing's not coming for you. It's very much a live and let live. Like, if you're not going to mess with me, I'm not going to mess with you. And that, unbeknownst to the user, is a moral choice point. And it's stuff like that I find so fascinating. How can we bake these things in without tipping our hand? Someone was saying that morality systems and dynamic difficulty systems share a lot in common. That by the user's knowledge that it exists, it can change their opinions on the system.
Who wants to sing?
Oh, and Smallest Waffle, thank you kindly for the host. No, seriously, friends, thank you for the hosts you're throwing in. I know it's fiddly to like push all the buttons in the back end, but it makes them numbers go up. What was I nattering on? Oh yes, so like dynamic difficulty, if you're unaware of it, dynamic difficulty is the idea that if you are struggling with a particular scene, the game will subtly change things in your favor behind the scenes so that you can progress through. Famously, Resident Evil 4 did this, and if you got stuck on the same section, it would give you a little bit more munitions. It would give you a little bit more health and items.
Who wants to sing?
Maybe even tweak like how many enemies you were dealing with. And Lost Flowers as well. Thank you for the host. Yeah, numbers go up. But what was great about it is it didn't tell you. So as opposed to say like Devil May Cry's or Onimusha's, wow, you sure do seem to be dying a lot here. Do you want to turn the difficulty down? Which is infuriating and does not feel dynamic or nice at all. This game was just like, let me give you a little bump. All right, here's an extra pack of gun. Here's an extra pack of ammo to handle this situation. Here's just some little tweaks, so you can find that nice biting point where you feel like you're struggling and battling, but you still get to be victorious. And people have very, very mixed opinions on those. I think they're great, and I think allowing people to progress through a title while still feeling the challenge, I think is wonderful. Oh yeah, Lost Flowers, the whole easy mode unlock thing. Ugh! I wanted to get in the bloody bed.
Who wants to sing?
Yes, Favor 6, that's the one we're talking about. Resident Evil 4 was the first one that did that. And Jackie, thank you for the host as well. Everyone's being real cool. Okay, but if you tell the user that you are tweaking the experience to make it easy for them because they are losing, it can create frustration rather than understanding. And with morality systems, if you start telling the user you're doing good, you're doing evil, they can end up like mainlining one of two archetypes. Actually, at least according to Mass Effect, more people were good than evil. But depending on what you're trying to tell, what kind of story you're going for, I personally think that it's much, much better to present a morality system subtly, if you know what I mean. Now, let us also remember that Mass Effect was cheese. Like, the performance was... Excuse me. What I mean by that, is that Mass Effect was shiny, super future space opera. Like, you are meant to be either the shining beacon of hope in the galaxy or the get it done by any means necessary renegade. So it was less good and evil, more like they're two very, very archetypal philosophies. Okay, so this is an interesting conversation that I do love talking about it. So Ko was saying that changing the naming, yes. Celeste's assist mode's a great example. And Lost Flowers, I'm with you there. Like, games making fun of people for turning down the difficulty is dumb and stupid. Because what you're doing is you're putting a mode in your game for users and then pointing them going, when they turn it on. It's but this is one of those interesting things about video games, that it's about the user's experience. Mechanically, there is no difference between having an easy mode in your game and having a story mode. All you have done is you have renamed the setting where the enemies have less health and your character has more health and does more damage. But you've changed it to story mode. That's a lot more satisfying. And remember with Control, how it's just some choices you can make in the options menu at any time. You can just turn damage off. You can just have it so your character stops taking damage. And for us, I think that because our intent was to look at the environments and story, that was perfect for us. Like, the combat was fun, I guess, but that wasn't why we were there. And especially considering how much backtracking we did, it might have gotten very frustrating if we were getting ruffle stomped while trying to explore the oldest house. Okay, I know we talk about like the difficulty conversation a lot, but it's because it's the first thing that hits a user usually when they're going into spaces. So, it's... Hey, Ben, how you doing, friend? Watto and welcome! Watto and welcome. Anyway, I feel we've banged this topic on the head pretty heavy. The takeaways that I always try and leave people with when discussing like things like difficulty and user experience is that it is how the user feels that matters. It's not the idea, it's not the mechanics so much as the feeling they take away from it. So creating systems in games that allow more users to play and that tweak the difficulty for their experience are fecking grand, and I will always be about that. But sometimes you need to be more nuanced, if that makes a weird sense. Like, if your goal is to challenge the user, if your goal is to create a to the mountain style game, how do you tweak the difficulty on that? And the reason why people talk about Celeste so much is because what it does is it gives you like an extra jump or a little bit of more airtime, like stuff like that. I know a lot of friendos that were struggling with Sekiro. What they did is downloaded a mod that slowed down the animations, and that's perfect. It's not easy mode. It's not like easy, medium, and hard in the sense of enemies have more health, you have more health, that kind of nonsense. It's embracing the core of the experience and making that more accessible, because like Sekiro is all about becoming a ninja, learning the patterns, mastering mastering parries. It's a rhythm game that's pretending to be a ninja game. And through mastery of that, that's the feeling you're meant to get through that experience. So how do you convey that to users? Because if you've just made enemies easier to kill, you've detracted from the experience. And it's still going to be as hard. So how do you tweak that? And yeah, Speed of Anims was definitely the best variant to that I saw. Yeah, and Wolfgrad makes another very, very good point, which is that difficulty choice at start is always super difficult because you have no context to judge how difficult it will be. Yes. Like, you're guessing and hoping. and especially with titles where you can't come back and change that. Case in point, like Divinity 2, finding the right biting point between combat difficulty and shenanigans is a real challenge. I guess the Nuggets are frying up some food? Huh? Oh, and Barnum, that's, I mean, the live and let live on it, I think, is a very healthy way of looking at it. A lot of the discussions around accessibility and difficulty settings do come from the least informed voices tend to be the loudest. The reason I like talking about this is because it gets people to stop and look at games as a medium and think, all right, how do we do this? And that's where I think it gets fascinating. Yeah, so Lost Flowers is bringing up another one of my favorite versions of this, which is Hades God Mode, where each time you fail, you get more damage resistance and you become stronger. Because in Hades, the experience is about dying. If you took out the death from Hades, you'd remove a huge proportion of what the experience is intended to be. So you've got to leave that in. So how do you make it so that people don't just lose their temper with it? I mean, friends, I rage quit Pyre, and I should go back and continue it, but I've not had it in me to, like, yeah, affect that game. Sorry. I need to go back, I need to play through the story proper and experience it, but, oh. Well, okay, so Pyre is a very, very good example, and I think a much better game to talk about when discussing difficulty elements, because every person that I spoke to who played through Pyre and loved it, what they did is they cheated the ritual, the final ritual where one of your team gets to ascend. If they started losing, peeps would just all F4 load the save. So at that point, you've got to start thinking like, wait a second, if everybody who's playing through this and is enjoying it is using the save system to avoid loss at the end of a season, why does that even happen? Like, why not have a mode where by getting to the final you can replay it until you win? Is there something that you gain by losing that ritual? But the thing is, excuse me, got cheeky T-bucks. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, is there something gained by having people lose that? Is there some value to having people restart the league all over again? As with Hades, like the death and loop is very much a part of it. So in Pyre, like, should one be losing leagues? This is where it gets interesting. And again, I'm not putting this to you to say like, yes, I, as Will von Alter, know exactly the right answer to this because I'm so smart and clever with my big smart, clever, big brain. I'm not saying that at all. This is an interesting topic because there isn't a direct right answer. This is a problem that we're currently in the process of solving as an industry. And that stuff makes me so happy. Like, everyone gets so focused on saying about how the great classics were perfect and great and brilliant and, you know, we'll never have another... What was it? Was it 94 or 97? I guess both of those were good years. Like, this is a topic that people are still working on right now. And that's why I find it fascinating. Because it's not if, it's how. Wolfgrad says, on a similar topic, one system that they like, which affects how difficulty is perceived, is when the last 5% of the health bar is actually 50% of the player's health. Yes! Fighting games do that to an extent. And a lot of brawlers, hell, a lot of shooters do that. Like, I don't know if you've ever, for those of you who play a lot of Destiny, I don't know if you've ever noticed, but the last sliver of your shield, you always seem to be on that a lot of time. That's because it's not a clear one-for-one bar. It's actually kind of like truncated. So that last blip of shield, that's actually a lot more of your health than is put forward. Doom does it, Time Splitters does it, so many do it. And that one's always important to point to because it's not necessarily a difficulty modifier, but as creators, we are changing the ways in which users perceive their situation to create a situation where it feels more difficult. It feels more challenging. They're not dying more, but they feel like they might. And what is games if not experienced feelings, right? You know? Sorry, you get me all arty-farty. And the fact that Ben brought up Time Splitters. Yeah. Oh, Time Splitters 2 was the game I played when I shattered my ankle free running. So I know that game upside down and backwards. Aww. Harvest of Char.
Make myself lunch.
And maybe some gyoza. Thank you. Now I get to basically just flex. Yo. Check this out. I'm getting spoiled today. It smells so fucking good. Zeke, you did not hear sharks. Time Splitters. Kisa, just pop on over. Just pop on over. We'll get you some gyoza. Ah, damn it, Zeke. That doesn't count. Ikoa says, do you have enough to share with the class? I have enough to eat in front of the class. Oh, and Book, how are you doing? How are you doing? Now, the thing is, though, the game we're going to be playing today is not a challenge game, and it is not a game that does anything with dynamic difficulties. It's a puzzle game. Like, today's title should be doing a lot of weird and interesting stuff with puzzle-solving gloriousness, and it should be taking a lot of different systems we've seen from previous games coming together, which I'm very, very, very for it. Oh, Peak Leader, I'm sorry you missed it. We did a full playthrough of Inscription with proper ending and everything. I believe it's up on YouTube. It certainly should be. Book is finishing their awesome house on their Minecraft server, so doing good. Lovely, lovely. I'm gonna play some more. I don't know what is up with me at the moment, but I'm just all about that zombie game life. I'm like Last Stand Aftermath, 7 Days to Die, The Last of Us Part 2, and Back 4 Blood are all the games I'm playing in my downtime. And so as soon as you said that, I was like, oh man, I haven't been on 7 Days to Die in a while. I managed to build a motorbike, so I'm now actually managing to explore. Favor six. I want you to think. I want you to think about how bad that joke was, and I want you to... Why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? Favor 6, thank you for the 100. Yatera and Lyris, thank you for filling the pint glass. Okay, very, very quickly, friendos. So, we're going to be jumping into Conway in just a second. You are cordially invited to play along. I've not played any of this. I don't know where it's going. But if you have any ideas or thoughts or feels on how we solve puzzles, fucking tell me. We're in this together. If you've already played through this, don't tell us how to do it. I know it's frustrating to watch an idiot like me struggle through these games. Do not consume if seal is broken. Why? Why are you like this? Fucking thank you. Yeah, let's get this game started because I'm pretty sure this is VO'd, and that lets me put some gyozas in my face while we're getting through early stuff. But yeah, Let's get this party started. I don't know if I'm gonna need a gamepad. Wolfcrad saying, watch an idiot struggle through these games. That's why we're here. Fair. There we go. Game study party bits. Game study party bits. Sorry, that sounds like an Andrew WK song. Wolfcrad, thank you for the 100. I'm thanking all of you. Thank you for the great conversations and everything. Like, we can keep talking about difficulty systems and stuff like that. Because I love talking about it. Also, one of the things I like talking about with you lot, that I don't have to... Oh, and whoever that spooky ghost is, thank you kindly. But the thing that I don't have to explain so much with all of your lovely selves is the difference between accessibility and difficulty. Because sometimes you want a game to be difficult. You want it to frustrate your user. So having it in a manner where it is as accessible to as many people as possible while still conveying the experience, I think that's important. All right, subtitles enabled. More options. All right, enabled. Oh yeah, color subtitles are handy. All right, let's get that font size up so you lot can read it. Both. And that should be okay. Yo!
What do you call the stuff that gets stuck in a shark's teeth? Slow swimmers. See, I told you I could do worse.
Are you proud of yourself? Thank you for the 200 bits. You feckin' terror. Zeke, why? See, Favor 6, you're encouraging Zeke. And the way it looks for me is it's like there's two ghosts that have just, two people just been slain by Zeke's sharks. They're ghostly corpses rising above from the double shark death. Right, and whoever the spooky ghost is, thank you kindly for throwing in. Okay. So, interface. Cognitive time multiplier. Certain interactions have a time aspect. This multiplier will adjust the duration of that timer. Yo! Changes taps to holds. Certain interactions require taps. If enabled, we'll change the input to holding. Nice. Okay, see, look at all this. This is glorious. This is what, I mean, this is good, solid accessibility. Okay. All right. Display, brightness. Pop that up just a little. I mean, there's no noise coming through, so I don't really know what we're supposed to do with that. Homes across the nation await the king's speech in our darkest hour. Oh, so this is old-timey. Zeke says while they're coding on the other PC, they have the shark on the clipboard just ready to go. Okay, there we go. Game has been bloody quiet. Let us know how audio is. I'll put yours in my face. Ooh. Alright. Let me turn that up. Bring the noise. That should be a little better. Got ourselves a creeper. Ooh.
Jenny, come on. You're going to miss it.
Tell them to start without me. I need to check on Marie.
She'll be fine. You don't need to check on her every 5 minutes. Come on, it's starting.
Okay, you're right.
Spoiler, turns out I should have checked on the baby. June 22nd, 1954.
The call is from in the house.
The baby theft was coming from inside the house.
For the best part of my later years, I worked as a private investigator. I'd seen many a terrible case. Sadly, most of them unresolved. But in 1954, something terrible and far closer to home happened that I could not avoid. And it happened right here, in Dahlia View.
Okay. Beat leader, have a lovely rest of your day, and I hope work goes real easy. And Bacon, thank you for the 200, yo. Oh, and Lawrence for filling the pint glass. Doing some proper house ordering today. Oh, skewers are good. Oh, did you have a nice nap there?
The police are here. What on earth is all the commotion?
Oh no, it's the pawpaw. No, I'll just readjust it. Okay. Now we're good for uninverted. And Fred, a good day to you. How goes it? We've just started. Some creepy person has stolen her baby.
Now, where's my camera? I need to see what's going on outside my window.
Dun, dun, dun. These tank controls are very surreal. Okay, sorry. I'm not trying to mock by any means. I'm just the control seems quite it's weirdly floaty.
Now, I can get a closer look.
Press B to stop investigating. All right.
What on earth is all the commotion?
wow.
A smashed plant pot. I must have slipped through it. I should have come to my window sooner.
Tony Morgan's blood? Damn it, Tony.
Oh, that's Tony Morgan's blood. My God, I hope he's all right. Please let him be all right. Theodore and Annabelle McKee, I believe. I really should get to know my neighbors better.
I'm sure nothing sketchy is going on.
Harold Levy owns most of the flats in Dahlia View. I wonder if he saw something.
Detective Matt Berry is on the case, accelerating to 40 miles per wolf grandmother.
Old Mrs. Doer.
She
She's
used to be a
usually
right
peering
goer.
through her window watching
Sorry!
her neighbors.
Why am I like this?
It's past her bedtime.
It's like I crave these games that try and do some interesting elements and try and allow us as the individual to live and breathe in the world. And then when we do get these kind of games, it seems to just turn on a little switch of me being a dingus.
Bound during abduction. Dear God. Charlotte May, Mr. Morgan's daughter, has been kidnapped.
Yeah, then I go and spoil it all by making dumb jokes. And Captain Steph, let me get you the link. Oh, Wolfcrad's already on it. Thank you.
Shirley Downs. She runs the Crow's Nest. Her office overlooks the courtyard. What on earth?
And then I go and spoil it all by saying something stupid like I love you.
Aw, that's just lovely of you. I mean, obviously, and thank you for the 200. Okay. So again, there's nothing here that is too different than what we've been encountering in a lot of other titles, but especially after Keyword, I love any of the games that let you just kind of explore the world from... Oh.
I wonder if Catherine is with them.
It's the pawpaw. I love games that allow you to like explore and disseminate the environment. Let that be what gets you grounded. Oh, wonton soup. Fancy gyoza.
Gyoza soup.
And thank you so much for lunch. That was fucking delicious. Okay, so what have I missed? Oh, okay, so it's saying leave observation, so I might have found everything. Okay. See, Bacon, I don't want to keep making is she a goer jokes all day, but...
Humble store purchase made for year 19,95.
It was a good year, no less. Sorry. Whoever that was, thank you for picking that up through there. I know, like, Humble Store links are a pain in the behind to use, but it helps out a whole bunch. And the Black Friday sale's on for pretty much the whole week, so there's a lot of, like, Longshipian main staples in there. I think I've got it all.
A kidnapping right on my doorstep. Who doesn't bear thinking about? Imagine if it was Catherine. Time to pay my neighbors a visit and see what they know.
Nope. Sorry, just Agonaniki is saying around what we need is a FromSoft detective game. Oh, I'd be down for that. I also assume they might be as well. Nope. Alright, take the notepad. Okay, something's happened to Dahlia View, but what? Okay, so talk to Dahlia View residents in the courtyard and find out what they know about Charlotte May's abduction. Alright. Oh, would you care for a glass of water? Wait.
I must ask Catherine if she'll get me some more shopping.
So ration book. So this is post World War II? Shouldn't leave the tap on. Alright. Alright. Enough faffing about for you, mate. Oh, the River Pavilion, the Fall of the King. £1.50, sign me up. And welcome to Pinwheel. Hello, old friend. To answer your question, things the way they always have been for me. So you know the drill. So sorry to hear about your situation. I myself am starting to forget the odd thing here and there. Jim's worried as usual. We're going to have to face the old boy. We're going to have to face it, old boy. We're getting old. Anyhow, look at it like this. You always did like sitting on your ass all day, and now you can do it without being told you're lazy. Wow. Promise I'll visit soon, show a little bit more respect than Jean sends... Oh, and Jean sends her love. All the best, Fletch. Fletch, mate, you can't say that. You can't say that. Be like, oh, sorry you're stuck in a wheelchair, old boy, but you do adore us like sitting. Feck you, mate. Oh, sorry, and the humble was Navalis picking up the Stellaris Aquatics DLC, which I've heard is very good. And Adeptus Mechanicus DLC for 40k Gladius. There we go. Okay, movement style standard. Camera centric. Stick swap. Triggers and left stick. Left stick only. Yeah, we'll go for left stick. I know what they're trying to do is convey our characters' experiences of being in a wheelchair. But, okay, sorry. Previously, it had tank controls on. So the idea was you rotate with one stick and you move forward and backwards with the other. And I just moved it to single stick just for ease of use for us today. Again, I always appreciate when games try and use the control schemes to do interesting things. There's the exit. No one said space sharks! Stammering. No one said space sharks. There was zero Space Sharkian references. It's going to take some getting used to. Alright, there's nothing around this way except for stairs. Alright. Lizzie, why are you like this? Chanting space sharks at me. Ugh. But yeah, I hope you're all ready for caricatures of British people, because this is going to be fun. Oh, oh, get away. Okay, Dahlia View. Dahlia View Terrace. Okay. Sorry.
Charlotte May could only be 7 or 8 years old. Why would someone want to take her?
Just bed
It doesn't
sick.
make any sense.
It's a really good time. Terrors the love you. Feckin' wee! Screech to a halt. What's up?
Hello, Mr. Conway.
Good evening.
terrible what's happened, isn't it?
So you know what happened?
They're looking for a kidnapper. A search is about to start in the Pine Woods.
My sister, Shirley, she owns the pub across the way. The searchers are all meeting there first.
What do you know about the kidnapping, Mr. Conway?
Not much. That's why I'm talking to the parent here.
You should talk to the old
So,
busybody
what
over
you
in
are
her
saying
big
is that
manor
person
house.
wasn't
Mrs.
Jared the
Doe.
Goblin King.
She knows everything that goes on here. I wouldn't be surprised if she saw the kidnapper.
I wouldn't be surprised if she was the kidnapper.
That's an awful thing to say.
Well, have you seen her? Always fawning over that little girl. All alone in that big house. Plenty of room to hide someone.
I can see that you've put a lot of thought into this, Mrs. McKee.
A little too much, love.
Well, I'm not the only one who thinks it.
Oh, blast.
Wow.
What time is it?
It must be a little after midnight by now, surely.
The search is starting without me. I have to get my coat. You'll forgive me, Mr. Conway?
Yes, good night.
Good night, Mr. Conway.
We'll talk again soon.
Judgy Judgerson. Bacon, thank you for the 200. And Professor Obsidian, that's not a... You know what? That's not a bad shout. Like, if anything, this character will not be one of the suspects throughout. So it's not going to do a... Okay. So it's not going to bust out some bizarrities at us. Okay, so signs of a struggle.
So the kidnapper smashed this during the altercation.
But then, who was the struggle with?
Mr. Morgan must have taken quite a hit.
Yeah. Things are already not as they seem. Alright. Introducing the Shifty Geezer.
Good evening, Mr. Levy. Evening. How strange times we live in when a girl can be taken on her doorstep.
You ain't wrong. It's a bloody mess.
Did you see what happened at all? No. How well did you know Charlotte May? You lived next door. You must have seen her a lot.
I hope they're gonna clean all this mess up tonight. I've got a business to run.
I'm sure this must be a great inconvenience to you.
That reminds me. Rent day tomorrow. Don't be late.
I haven't forgotten.
Good. Keep it that way, and we'll get along just fine.
Wow, this guy's just a massive
May I
bellend.
ask what you were doing tonight?
No.
Could you be more shifty? And, okay, sorry, I meant to riff on this from Bacon's 200. But, like, what if this is the other side of Labyrinth? Both the kids have gone missing, the whole neighborhood's in uproar.
Excuse me, Mr. Conway. May I have a moment?
Just as soon as I work out which way to try it. This is not going according to plan. Alright, got some momentum going, we should be alright. See what the little old lady's got to say.
Do you know what's happened?
Never mind all that. Your daughter is a police officer, is she not?
She is.
Here, I found this.
Okay. Just a standard brooch.
What's this then?
A brooch. I found it on the floor here. It probably belonged to that poor girl. Thought I'd better pick it up before Shirley Downs gets her mitts on it.
What do you mean by that?
Never mind. Perhaps you can make sure it finds its way to your daughter.
I will, and thank you for telling me.
Just doing my duty.
Can you tell me what you meant about Shirley?
Good night, Mr. Conway.
Did you see anything else at all?
Wow!
Just make sure to give your daughter that brooch.
Hello there. Yes, I'll be showing you some of the apartments in the area. As you can see, we have the shiftiest cast of individuals ever assembled on a London city street. That's right. Actually, statistically impossible. I killed my own joke. Had a bit. I killed it. Okay. So signs of a struggle.
Who would tie up a small child?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone has something to do with the case today. So I think the challenge is going to be finding what the case actually is.
Miss Downs, do you have a moment?
I'm sorry. What did you say?
I can come back if you need some time.
No, it's fine. I'm just... I can't believe this is happening so close to home. Well, maybe I can.
What do you mean by that?
Not everyone in Dahlia View is as they seem, Mr. Conway.
Miss Downs, who are you referring to?
That son of a bitch right there, with the smug look on his face.
Mr. Levy?
Why not? I mean, what do you really know about him?
Well, I pay him my rent once a fortnight, but no other than that. I didn't really speak to the man.
Well, sadly I do. He's up to something. You must have noticed all the strange deliveries, coming and going at night.
You think he took Charlotte May?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm sorry. Miss Downs, what are you basing this on?
Experience, Mr. Conway. You'll excuse me, I need to help the police with their search.
What do you mean, strange deliveries? It's a bunch of gandoms!
Oh, there's Mr. Morgan.
Alrighty. I will say, as... the manner in which they've set this up, especially with the control scheme and the layout, it does mean that there isn't too much ground to cover.
Hello, Mr. Morgan. My name is Robert Conway. I live in flat 23.
Yes, I've seen you around, Mr. Conway.
Well, you see, I thought I'd better come over and check you're okay. Some of our neighbors seem to be content just to stare. I'm so sorry to hear about your daughter.
Very kind of you. I'm sorry, but I'm late joining the search. I've been talking to the police for over an hour.
Of course, I understand. The police officer you spoke to was most likely my daughter.
Is that so?
Yes, she's a very determined young lady. If anyone is going to find your daughter, it's her. I was once a private investigator myself, so I know how her mind works.
Well, it's comforting to know I'm surrounded by such competent minds, Mr. Conway.
I'd like to offer my services too, if you'd permit me.
That's very kind, but I don't have money, I'm afraid.
Mr. Morgan, no. I'm a father myself. I meant to say that I'm at your disposal.
Very generous, but the police said that...
All I'd be doing is observing and talking to people. And if I find anything, I'll be sure to share it with Catherine.
Catherine?
My daughter, the police officer.
Right, of course.
That reminds me. I have this brooch. Does this mean anything to you?
That's Charlotte May's.
Do you see how the simplest detail can be overlooked? Even by the police. Best to have as many eyes on the case, in my experience.
I see your point. May I have it back, please?
Would you mind if I kept onto it for a day or so, in case it proves to have some use?
Yes, of course. If you think it would help. I would very much like you to return it, though.
As soon as I have something to report back to you. You have my word.
So, where do you suppose you'd begin?
Well, right here.
In Dahlia View?
Yes. It's my experience that it's usually someone who knows the victim.
Do you mean to tell me that one of my neighbors has my girl?
No. I'm merely saying that it's a logical place to start.
Okay.
Now I see. That's why the police searched my house. because I'm a suspect, I suppose.
That's the way it works, I'm sorry to say.
So they're not even looking for the real kidnapper?
I can assure you they will be.
Tell me, Mr. Conway, and be honest. Are you going to look for my girl?
Fuck yeah.
I promise you. I'll stop at nothing until I find her. For now, I need you to think of anyone who could have taken Charlotte May.
I don't know.
Think. Anyone or anything at all.
Mr. Conway, who do you know who could do such a thing?
You see your point. Well, for now, perhaps try to get some rest. Charlotte May needs you to be strong for her.
You'll excuse me, Mr. Conway. I'm going to join the search and find my little girl.
That's fair enough, Mr. Morgan. Good night, and good luck.
Good night, Mr. Conway.
Okie dokie. Sorry, just so Professor Upsidasian was suggesting that the guy next door is doing illegal activities and is going to be foiled at some point by the Doctor, which amused me that anything that vaguely seems like a BBC drama is immediately going to be a Doctor Who adventure. And I'm okay with this. I'm entirely okay with this. Bacon was saying that the barking dog in the background was propping the river defending the house. The thing is, it's so well done. Like, there's a couple of times, I don't know if you saw, I was like looking around to see if something was happening. Oh, you objective. Okay. I should return home to piece together the information I've collected. Cool. Stammering says it's the Doctor Who 58th anniversary today. Is that true? Oh, cool. And we've got notes on all the people we've met so far. Oh, God.
Dad?
Catherine.
Aha!
I thought I might bump into you tonight.
It's the Pawpaw!
I shouldn't be here, what with you living so close. Conflict of interest and all.
Are you finished here?
Almost, yes. Are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine. It's poor Charlotte May I'm worried about. Anyway, look at you. I rarely get to see you in your uniform. You look good.
Thank you. I wish it was a little more comfortable.
Catherine, can I ask, what have you found?
I'm not allowed to tell you. You know that. Besides, I don't have all the details myself, and my sergeant isn't exactly forthcoming with new recruits.
Hang in there. You're an asset. They'll come to see how intelligent you are.
Thank you.
Or I'll bloody make them.
All I can say is that it looks as though Tony Morgan's daughter has been kidnapped.
Awful news. May I ask why they're searching the Pinewoods? Do they know where the kidnapper went?
No. It's a dead end. We're clueless, but we can't be seen to be doing nothing. And the locals suggested the woods, so...
Dear God. I perhaps wonder if I should talk to my neighbors again.
Hang on, again?
Yes, Catherine, I've been thinking...
Detective Dad is on the case!
What?
I know this is happening on your doorstep, but please don't get any ideas.
I'm a naturally curious person, you know that.
You don't do this anymore. Leave it to us, please.
Well, do the police have any ideas?
Dad, I mean it. Don't get involved.
Well, I'd like to help you.
I want to do this on my own.
Go ahead, Dad, stop stealing my investigations.
What this means to you.
I meant to say... I want to do it the right way. By the book. Please promise me.
Okay. I promise.
He said, lying.
I'll leave the police work up to you.
Thank you. Anyway, I'd better be off. I have to make a statement before the morning press. My sergeant is finally trusting me with something.
Well, you'd better hurry. I'll look out for your article.
Get home to practice being awkward and British.
I'm off.
It's actually mandatory
Please
for...
get back inside. You'll catch a chill.
Night, my love.
Night, Dad.
I'm gonna do so much detective work. You're not the police of me!
The last thing I want is to upset Catherine.
But I'm going
I
to
can tell how
anyway!
serious she is about her case. I've never seen her so driven.
Dun, 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 Detective
I
Dad!
suppose I'll still develop the photos I've taken of the crime scene. I might have captured something that the police did not. And I won't be stepping on Catherine's toes if I stay in my flat.
That's a very good point.
Way.
Although, I mean, you might be wheeling on toes. I will say, the VO cast for this is incredible. I remember from The Occupation that whilst I didn't gel with the time limit investigation style, everything else about it was great. River, come here! River, come here! Go, come, River! Come here,
The
big girl!
police have marked out several pieces of evidence that are likely related to the attack. However, Mrs. Doer handed me a brooch that was found at the scene. Mr. Morgan later confirmed it belonged to Charlotte May. Could the brooch be a missing piece of the puzzle?
Answer questions to solve the evidence board. Connect the pins from the question to the relevant stuff. Okay, so where did Mrs. Doris say she found the brooch? She found it over here, didn't she? I mean, that's what she said, right? Unless she was lying.
Stop that incessant clicking.
What? Well, Jackie Fox just gifted a sub to Fred Durst, the famous philosopher known for his seminal works and for being the original founder of Fred Durst Fridays. His theory on forward momentum has always been, honestly, some of the seminal works on that. Because he does keep it rolling, 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 what? Yes, Sir Edward Durst. Frederick to his friends. Okay, so review theory. Sold!
So, if Mrs. Doer was right about where she found the brooch, it means the kidnapper must have come past her manor house at some point during the abduction. Oh, I forgot to give Catherine the brooch. There just hasn't been a good time. It sounds like I have mail.
I mean, it could be a good time right now, but we both know you're going to do your whole Detective Dad thing, so... Okay, so yeah, so I'm still piecing the information together. Port says, for some reason this game makes me want to...
I should check what that mail was through my door.
You're just going to keep saying stuff at me. I'm going to nip to the loo in just a second, friends. But no, Ben was saying that they really like the idea of doing a Silent Hill clone in an English village. Feck, yes. Also, like, especially considering, like, the limited amount of, like, equipment one could get from a British village. Like, you're not going to find a heavy machine gun just lying around, like, fucking Dunkton. I always thought that was a really good way of putting that together, doing that kind of, like, psychological horror in a part of the world where you're not going to get access to firearms. Yeah, you might get a farmer's shotgun if you're lucky. Wolfcrad, hunting rifles are very uncommon in the UK. Air rifles to an extent. Shotties are more common for... But, like, actual rifles are a lot less common than shotguns. First Flair says, but you are the tea. I certainly am when I'm serving it, friend. Flair, how in the bloody hell are you doing? Oh, good to hear, good to hear. We just started playing this. It's by the same people that did The Occupation, and it's like it's a post-World War II detective game where we play a wheelchair-bound detective trying to solve a missing person. A child has been kidnapped in Dahlia View, and we are going to solve it. We told our cop daughter that we weren't, and that, as we have come to realize, was a bald-faced lie. But I was going to put some tunes on while I nipped the pisser, because I've had a lot of coffee. Hey, it inspires conversation and needing to go for a monstrous piss. But how's it going with you, yo? Oh, and Wolfgrad, aside from the post-World War II Arsenal, Hot Fuzz is upsettingly realistic. Sorry, friends. Ben was like, you know what? The Monstrous Piss is my favourite Terry Pratchett novel. It sounds like a Discworld book. It's a Guards one. It's gotta be. I just finished reading We Free Men, and I got to decide on what my next relaxed time read is. I picked up fucking what was it? Oh, after I picked it up, I also put it down somewhere. I think it's Mona Lisa Overdrive, the last of the Sprawl trilogy, and I have read exactly none of it. Dom says, yet again, who is this speaking? Because this is not Will's real voice. Shenanigans. I don't have to do the Perun stream until next year, so I'm okay with that. But I have lapsed into the Yorkshire voice more times than I care to count. I just can't help it. I don't have many voices, so I got to use them, right? Ports was saying that they bought Pratchett's last Discworld novel to read when they were visiting the UK back in 2019 and can't bring themselves to read it. That's understandable. The whole day! My poor voice. Oh, Mr. Dom just reread Neuromancer. You know what? Neuromancer is inspiring because it's so clearly...
Mona Lisa Overdrive. Still a better love story than Twilight.
You're not wrong! And thank you for the 200. I like how Zeke's just got that feckin' shark on quick draw. Thankfully, Jackie, I can't do a Cornish accent. So you wouldn't have that inflicted upon you. But yeah, I find Neuromancer to be really inspiring because it's so clearly a train of thought. Just like, it feels like a book that someone did a bunch of speed and just sat down and wrote in like a weekend. Like, I think about that a lot. So, to Dom and Flair who have just joined us, yeah, we're playing this very, very... I don't want to call it twee because it's got this edge to it, but this kind of like detective dad solves the case in post-World War II Britain kind of thing going on. And I have a feeling this is going to be a good one because the occupation was good, but it had some design choices that I didn't gel with. So seeing that team do another game in a similar vein, but without the faff, like, sign me up. But you'll have to excuse me for a second because I just drank all of this and I have to go for a monstrous piss. I'll be back in a second, friends. Oh, hello. Thank you kindly for waiting. And Lyris, thank you for kindly filling the pint glass. So I can show you my fancy nails. Just wash my hands. Check it out. See? They're all like super jet black and cool. But as soon as they start popping up, I'm gonna have fancy shiny red nails again. Yeah. Yeah, I've got that fancy stuff going on. Oh, and Wolfgrad, I couldn't agree any harder. Like, all of the Witches novels are so good. With the Discworld stuff. No, it's not Nutella. It's that fancy paint what stays on your fingers. Zeke, why are you like this? And Lord Lost and Found, that's really kind of you. Sorry, Kraken is a book that I have probably recommended to anyone that will listen. It is a fantastic book. And it definitely feels kind of like, I don't know. It has that Pratchett-esque-ness to it, but much, much darker. I feckin' love it. Yeah, it's a feckin' banger of a book. Let me know when you finished it so I have someone to talk to about it. And the reason I said thank you is like, someone reading a book that you recommend, like taking the time and the effort to play through.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Someone gifted a sub to Pudding. Pudding's in now. But no, taking the time to read through a book that somebody recommends is a lot of effort. Hey, come here. River, come here. Come here. Yois. Hello. Come say hi. Come here. Come here. Yois. All right, friends. Sorry. No, it's time. It's River time. Yes. Big girl. Hello. You say hello to everybody? Say hello? The true star of the show is here. There we go, big girl. No. You say hi to everybody?
Stop that incessant clicking.
So some spooky anonymous Mother Hubbard just gifted a sub to Raoul Cooley. Is that the official one of him? All right. Oh, Zeke was saying, and if that book is Gormenghast, it's immensely more effort. Yup. But yeah, sorry, I was getting distracted. But the idea of like someone actually taking a book recommendation and taking the time to pick it up and read it—that's a huge compliment. So thank you. Yes, and I will agree with this chant because let's be honest, the star of the show, everybody. My nattering is just to fill the time between river visits, and the video games are just there because they're very entertaining. Alrighty, let's continue. Picking up the mail. And solving crimes.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Now what's this?
Jackie Foxbutt just gifted a sub to the Netherlands. Apparently all of it. So to recap, subs have been gifted to Pudding. Oh.
Dinner Suit Daryl just purchased Leisure Suit Larry collection bundle for $10.
Dinner Suit Daryl. Oh my life. Well, whoever that was, Daryl, you ridiculous Mother Hubbard. Thank you for picking that up via Humble. And yeah, an anonymous spooky ghost gifted Raoul Cooley a sub, along with Jackie gifting one to the Netherlands. That's going to be expensive. That's a lot of country. All right. Letter. Okay. I apologize for my shortness last night, Mr. Conway. I realize that you're trying to help me. I've already told the police, but only people who I think could have... The only people who I think could have taken my Charlotte are our neighbours. The McKeans, Harold Levy, Shirley Downs, and old Mrs. Dewar, she's a right doer, that one, all have access to the courtyard. You said yourself you think you might be onto something. More eyes on this case can only be a good thing. Thank you again for offering to help, T. Morgan. Or to Morgan, if you will. Oh yes, Jackie, you did just give out 17 million new subs by proxy. Yes. I'd like to thank everybody in the Netherlands for joining the Longship. You didn't ask for this?
Mr. Morgan's note implicates most of his neighbors. I had suspected as much, but now I have something solid to work with. Catherine has asked me not to get involved.
But I'm gonna do
But
anyway.
I've already promised Mr. Morgan I'll find Charlotte May. I should have told Catherine there and then. I'm already involved.
My daughter, the police officer, said, don't get involved. And I simply responded with, how
I can
about I
feel
do
it again.
anyway?
That drive, that first pull at the yarn. It's all on this evidence board. Suspects, victims, items found at the scene. I have everything.
Except for a bloody
All that
hairdresser!
remains is to watch over my neighbors until one of them makes a mistake. And I can still give Catherine her space. If the whole town is searching the Pinewoods, someone needs to keep an eye over Dahlia View.
Someone needs to be a symbol. Don was saying that, while I'm going for a slash, that the Sprawl trilogy is one of his favourite series, that and Altered Carbon. I've not read the books of Altered Carbon, and I'm drastically behind because it takes me ages to read books. I'm very slow. But, like, Neuromancer I loved because of its wonderful train of thought style. There's so much creativity that just kind of spills forth from that. And then I thought that, Count Zero, I think, is the next one.
I've been sitting watching my neighbors on and off for hours. But I've seen nothing of any use for my evidence board. Tony Morgan suggested that the McKees were acting strangely around Charlotte May. I heard Theodore return home earlier this evening, but didn't manage to get a glimpse. Charlotte May is counting on me to find her. So far, I've drawn a blank. Perhaps the McKees are innocent. Only time will tell.
The McKees! In the words of the internet, Mum, get the camera.
Annabelle and Theodore seemed normal enough when we spoke last night. By their account, they didn't see much at all. Why would Mr. Morgan ask me to watch them? Mr. Morgan is writing missing posters by hand. He's been there all evening.
Oh yeah, that's some shifty nonsense right there.
Theodore looks unhappy about I don't know what. He's pacing back and forth. It seems heated.
How big's the bloody house? Oh, there we go.
I still have no idea what the problem is. Perhaps this is what Mr. Morgan was talking about.
They got something in the shed. Oh, I can feel it. Sorry, if you haven't noticed, I need to record certain moments. So as this little scene is playing out, the information we're getting back is if I take photos at the right time. So that's what I've been focusing on. But yeah, sorry, Dom, jumping back a second. One thing that I loved is that, well, Count Zero's triple narrative does so such a great job of grounding that whole cyberpunkian world. Because, like, Neuromancer is ridiculous in a great way. But Count Zero feels like three people who live in this bizarre, almost unthinkable future from three different points. And okay, yes, one of them is like the Mr. McCool mercenary. But then you've got the kid that did the dumb but managed to live, and the I don't know, how do you describe that character? The upper echelons that end up getting themselves into a world of trouble. The Archfinder. Those characters feel like people that you could know. And it's very difficult to create real characters usually in cyberpunkian type stuff. Okay, sorry, where were we? Ah, yes! What mischief are they up to in here?
Might have to zoom in for a closer look. And now, Annabelle has seen something just out of my view. Whatever it is, she's horrified by it. What on earth is it? It's too far away. I'll have to zoom in. Is that blood? It's draining from their pantry. What are you thinking, Annabelle?
It's making them nasty sausages.
What can you see?
Do you see? Do you see? Just having a moment. It's a feckin' knife.
She's got a knife.
Get down! She's got a knife!
Oh, Jesus. She's going to... No. She wants Theo to use it.
Yep, it's murder time. It's the old Agent 47 special.
He doesn't know which one to use.
Why was this knife on the floor? I told her to clean it. It smells like old bad times.
Theo, don't do it. Whatever it is, take pause of yourself.
It is a meat tenderizer, yes. Crystallian's like, imagine if you turn and look directly at the camera right now.
Theo, who are you talking to? Is that a practice swing? Dear God. What have I just witnessed?
Or it's going to turn out that none of them are shifty and it's all just
Some
going to be a
time
series
has
of
passed
hilarious...
since I saw Theo hit something with a mallet. I didn't actually see anything. No proof.
Hot!
I have no evidence at all.
Oh, and we're back.
Annabelle is back at the door.
Okay, hurry. Go. Go!
What in God's name?
Shit.
doing?
Well, if you would help me.
I'm not touching that thing.
That thing was your idea.
My idea?
It's got to be like a pig or something. We'll save some cash. We'll buy a pig instead of getting sausages. It will be fine.
Oh, no.
Christ. Get it out of here.
What the hell do you think I'm doing?
Hurry up.
Can't see anything in it.
Mr. Morgan.
Hello, Annabelle.
Lovely evening.
Yes, I suppose so. Please, if you don't mind, I have something...
It's just all so sad, isn't it?
Please, I really do need to be going.
I'm so sorry, of course.
It's fine, Annabelle.
If there's anything I can do, you won't hesitate to ask?
Damn it, what should I do? Catherine asked me not to get involved.
Oh, mate, you keep saying that. Who are you telling? We know you're in. You got that detective's air about you. He goes.
It's not over until it's over. I think I need to pay the McKees a personal call.
Okay. Sorry, Ben's like, not sure how I feel about this new Pokemon Snap. When's Charmander showing up? Although the idea that this could be the prequel to Pokemon Sword and Shield amuses me greatly.
I've barely slept at all. I can't fully explain what I observed last night, and I can't shake the image of Charlotte May in the McKees' pantry.
Plus, I did a bunch of Molly and some Whippets, so it's been a real night. It's been a humdinger of a night. Boom, 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 boom! Yeah, what if this is the prequel to Detective Pikachu? Meanwhile, in Conway's flat... Alright. Oh, this is cool.
When Charlotte May is found, I need to take another holiday. Catherine would love to see Pinwheel again, I'm sure.
Oh, what's... hang on. I do not know what that particular drug is. I have no idea. Also, Agonaniki, I too assumed that Pinwheel was a Dark Soulsian thing, so...
I thought the days of me developing reel after reel of film were behind me. I almost miss it. Bar the mess.
And yet... Rent receipt. British intelligence saves the day. A King's Regiment officer, Robert Conway, his quick thinking under fire, led men to saving the lives of over 20. When a radio transmission was intercepted, Staff Sergeant Michael Williams said that Conway, of 22, decoded the transmission in record time. A scouting party was sent directly into enemy territory when, moments before, Robert Conway sprang into action and managed to steal a Jerry radio and intercept their battle plans. The 20 men he saved later provided vital in the war efforts. For more, turn to page 5.
Seems like a lifetime ago. Look at me now.
Oh, so Crystallian and Stammering were saying that those drugs are sleeping pills used to treat anxiety.
My old case files. Some I'd rather forget.
Like the mysterious case of what happened in that one Wendy's bathroom. Sorry, Wimpy bathroom, I should say. Okay. Duh. going to see if controls. If we go camera centric, let's see if that helps. Yeah, that might help.
The police are searching out in Riverport. They haven't seen what I have. And it's too soon to involve them.
Also, and you know, you said...
If I'm wrong.
You said you wouldn't. Alright.
All set up and ready to go. Now, to gather some evidence from the McKees.
Oh wow, this is giving us like the full-on... Oh wow, so we can go like in-depth on everything in here. Which, considering as it's...
These are developing nicely.
Like, considering it's our household. Maybe detect less. Detective's gonna detect. Cool. Just examine that cloth. Just get in there. Right. And there's the old case files, which he doesn't want to look at. So away we go.
I'll need my bag if I'm going to gather any real evidence.
Investigation tools. Is that your new motto? Detective's gonna detect. Oh, let's just get some biscuits first. What if we give up on being a detective and just eat biscuits? It was while looking into the case of this missing child that I decided, fuck it all, let's get out the bourbons. And I just snacked down on biscuits until I was full. Then I had a post-sugar crash nap, and honestly, after that point, I stopped giving a hot fuck. Okay, so there's the brooch again. This brooch is right fancy. I get the feeling there's more to it, you know? Where's my bag? Ah, there it is.
Now, to find out what the McKees were doing in that pantry.
Okay, so, objectives today. From my observations, the McKees have certainly something to hide. I need to find out what was in the pantry. Gain access to their flat, explore the pantry. And if we have a look at some of the others... Annabelle was forcing Theo to use the mallet in the pantry. It's clear to me that she's in charge of the relationship. Theo spent a great deal of time debating on whether or not to bludgeon whatever's in the pantry. Violence doesn't come easily to him. It's apparent that Theo was uncomfortable transporting the rug in the boot of the car. Suggests that Annabelle is in charge and Theo will do anything for her. Okay.
It's not much to go on as of yet. I'll see to that.
Okay, so we're not ready to start piecing the evidence together. Alright. And, well, Esmeralda, you are correct. Fake evidence would be illegal. We're not a cop! Definitely not a cop. Okay, yeah, I'm having a lot better time with the camera controls now. Okay. I'm definitely intrigued by this so far. Because I think what's happened is, you can see they're doing kind of like a bait and switch here.
If the McKees really did kill Charlotte May last night, then there must be some evidence left in their pantry.
I'm going with the... Feckin' yo. Okay. There we go. Oh, do I need to get into their flat from this way? Which flat was theirs? Alright, it's time to bang on every door.
I wonder if there's anything left to find at all. What if I'm too late? Bleach. The McKees have been busy.
Hello!
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. McKee. We spoke a few days ago.
Yes, please call me Annabelle.
Annabelle, of course. I'm sorry it's taken me so long to get around to you.
That's fine. I'm sorry, how is it I can help, Mr. Conway?
Well, it's all a bit sensitive, I'm afraid. I wondered if I might have a word in private, if you would.
Well,
Mrs. McKee, Annabelle, I'd rather not state my purpose out here in the hallway where any one of your neighbours might be listening.
Oh, using that old
Wouldn't you
British
agree?
paranoia.
Of course. Why don't you step inside for a moment?
Excellent idea. I promise not to take up too much of your time. I'm sure you have your hands full.
So, what's the purpose of all this, Mr. Conway? I hope it's not about what we... Well, why don't you get to it?
Of course. Well, it's actually quite simple. I'm sure you've heard that I was once a private investigator. Well, nonetheless, Mr. Morgan has asked me if I would look into everyone who knew Charlotte May.
I see. And so you've come to look at us?
Look, let me be straight. I've been an investigator my entire life, and I have a sense about people, you might say.
Is that so?
I don't think you or your husband have anything to hide. In fact, this might be a waste of time altogether, but I think it would put Mr. Morgan's mind at ease if I ask some basic questions anyway. What do you say?
Well, however we can help. As long as it's not too long is all.
Oh, no, of course not. All I need you to do is tell me, in your own words, what you did on the night that Charlotte May was taken.
Right. But I thought you...
Before you begin, I'm sorry to ask, but would you mind if I used your lavatory?
No, not at all. It's right behind you.
Thank you. And please, Annabelle, you look worried. I'm sure you had nothing to do with it.
He's just enjoying rattling him up.
She's lying. It's written all over her. Time to find out why. Now, what do we have here?
Mr. Conway? Can I offer you a cup of tea?
Oh, God. Who wants 4 sugars?
Yes, 1 sugar.
Alright, is this doing a real good slow roll of some of the additional elements? Okay, no holding.
I thought she'd never leave.
A spruce air, lavender scented air freshener. We've got quick old. A pot of what? Pot of flavour. Oh, I got the fancy soaps here. Aye. Look at... Oh. Now, what's that? Mrs. McKee, 1 day peak return from Riverport to Turing
A
City.
tram ticket. Annabelle clearly didn't use this tram ticket.
Okay. I think we've checked it all. Excuse me, tiny pots. They're not going to have scribbled, "It's me, I did it, I'm the killer," underneath one of the bars of soap. Alright, let's see what else we've got to check. The waste paper bin. Okay, so let's give this a read. Miss McCree, regarding our previous appointment, I regret to inform you that the pain in your lower abdomen is most likely due to complications during the early stages of your first trimester. I'd very much like to have a follow-up appointment with you as soon as possible to discuss the certainty that your pregnancy will not come to full term, all things considered. Oh no, please call the surgery at your needless Wow, those were not words that came out of my face hole. Please call the surgery at your nearest convenience to book another appointment. Kindest regards of Dr. Smith.
It's a doctor's note addressed to Annabelle.
Sorry, I'm just being very crass. My first thought was what we should do is keep smashing the handle so it makes it seem like we've just...
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yo! Okay, Tomek, that's fucking cool of you. Tomek gifted a sub to the Indie Luchador. Okay, those are both great names. Tomek, how are you doing? Watto and welcome. We are playing a post-World War II detective trying to solve a missing person. And I'm going to make it seem as if we just dropped the biggest log known to mankind. Like, let him know the panic flushing and why it's happening. Not going to check the back of the tank? That's an old classic. Okay, so we check the waste paper bin. Sink regular. The soap is not covered actively in blood. Alright, I guess I should make it seem as if I'm washing my hands. Especially after what has probably is being implied as a military grade deuce. That way, if she asks why the photography noises were coming from the bathroom...
I apologize. Where were we? Ah, yes. You were going to tell me what you were doing on the night that Charlotte May was taken.
I've been thinking about it, and there's not much to say.
Literally anything would help.
Well, I remember it clearly. I think everyone here knows exactly where they were. It was so shocking. I'd made Theo his tea in the afternoon at about 3 and wrapped it up for him to have later. He was working all day over at Levy's garage and performing later that night. I went to the shops at some point, I think. I didn't see Charlotte May at all that day, and I was out of town for most of the night. I think the last time I saw her was on the Wednesday. She was playing outside between her homeschooling, as I recall.
Okay, so first things first, performing.
I'll stop you there if you don't mind. It's an interesting point you make about not seeing her that day. However, I think it would be more beneficial to talk about what you and your husband are doing whilst Charlotte May was being taken.
Right. I see. What time was that?
You don't remember clearly. I was sitting in my flat at the time. 10 o'clock is when I first noticed something was happening. I had a good view from my window. I imagine you'd have a good view from your kitchen window also. Perhaps even your pantry.
Actually, Mr. Conway, I'm sorry. I feel awfully uncomfortable talking about this without Theo here. I think it's best I don't answer anything he might object to.
You're right. I completely agree.
In Britain, we
He
can't
usually
say
takes his
sex,
break
so we're just going to imply it a lot.
Perhaps.
Would it be possible for you to go and get him so that we might continue the conversation?
I don't think that's a good idea, Mr. Conway.
Oh, do I only get to ask
In
one
fact,
question?
I think I'd feel better if we ended the conversation here, if it's all the same to you.
Wait, no!
No, you're right.
Oh, darn it, I would have
If
asked...
you don't feel it appropriate, then best not to bother him.
Thank you.
I was hoping to clear it all up today, you see. I'd hate to have to bother you tomorrow or the day after, or even the day after that. It's not in
This
my
guy is
character to be
not
a nuisance.
fecking around.
However, I did promise Mr. Morgan. Perhaps I'll return later on.
Wait.
There we go.
If it's not going to take too long, I could fetch him now, and we could resolve the matter.
Mrs. McKee, if you would do that for me, it would put Mr. Morgan's mind at ease, I'm sure.
Christ. Okay, well, I think it's best you come with me.
I fear I'd only slow you down. The stairs, you see. No, I'll wait here for you.
Fine, just wait here.
Gonna get into your pantry. Gonna see where you killed a pig. Or maybe it's a pheasant. Because I'm pretty sure at this point, poaching's still illegal. Alright.
Now, to get that key down.
Okay, sir. Alright. Down's family recipes to my darling daughters, Annabelle and Shirley. That doesn't help us. Magazine New Age Woman, How to Maintain Your Home and Marriage. Recipes that really pop at any party. How to make that old dress look like £100. Bleeding Nora. Okay. That's an excellent question. It's how the bloody hell am I going to get that?
It's moving.
Acha!
Well, that was easier than I thought.
Yo. Let's go for a spot the old percussive.
It's locked.
Then let's give it a go. It's interesting how this game is very, very fiddly with...
Charlotte, were you in here? Give me something.
Okay, we need something to unscrew the knife. Do it. No. Ottoman stock of the broccoli. That photogrammetry food, always good. Condensed milk. Baked beans.
They have an allotment. Good idea.
I don't know if we're under a time limit here or what have you. There we go. Just trying to put as much stuff back as it was as possible. What we need is a screwdriver or something. I know, we're totally looking for snacks. Lemon scented bleach.
Looks as though they scrubbed the place clean last night.
Screwdriver. Go. Cloth that is not interesting. Well, it's not letting me. Hang on, what was that? Wait, what was that?
Nothing useful.
That was all you had to add? Okay. Because I have a feeling this is one of those games where if we don't put things back as they were, it's gonna know. Alright, so let's get this.
Please let me be wrong. Bleached head to toe. I'm too late. There's nothing left to see.
No, I can't seem to think of anything else that might be useful in here. We can check down here.
It's well stocked.
Yeah, I mean, if these people did take the kid, Esmeralda, like, that kid's super duper whooper dead. Like, we're not going to be seeing. Not going to be seeing anyone in here. Although I'm trying to work out if it's leaving us to do what we want in this setup. Or if we only have like so much time. I guess that's why I'm faffing around a little bit. It's just trying to get a feel for... Is this a... That's a good looking cauliflower. Is this a title where we need to be concerned about like time limits when it comes to investigation? I will say, this is making me want an inordinate amount of bread. The epic sword of day-old baguette. Only counterable by the almighty. The almighty cardboard tube.
They're not back yet. Then there's still time to search the flat.
Dominoes. What there's time for is a fucking cup of tea. Ignore her. No, I don't need to go back in here. No. I don't want to be in the pantry. Oh, let's check the calendar. Always a good one. Always a good one, I tell thee. Sir. Oh, yeah, no, Agonanarchy. We absolutely stole the screwdriver. All right.
Shirley and Annabelle are very close. They meet every week.
Okay.
The sooner rationing ends, the better. The war ended 9 bloody years ago.
I mean, this household's not doing badly.
Theo is a performer.
Okay. Lord of the Rings book out today.
I have no idea what that is.
Some nerd shit or something, I don't know. Who wants to be a ring lord, am I right?
Lovely.
My birthday, Theo. Don't forget. I'm trying to remember what the... Sweetness had to die. God. I'm trying to remember the name of the movie with the... I gotta try it, friends. I gotta try it. So first, it's the first code we've encountered. Nope. Okay. So it sadly is not an 0451 setup.
There's a note in the fireplace on the other side.
And around we go. My recordings are interrupted. I need to go back.
Theo's room, no doubt.
Yeah, let's give this a feckin' whirl. Who's ready for some tunes?
No, my baby don't care for me, just because she says she do. If my baby really cared for me, she wouldn't leave me feeling blue. Ah. Annabelle, you can't hear I'm recording.
Sorry. Why don't I you know that?
I'm stealing a lot of stuff today.
Check next time. These vinyls are too expensive to waste.
Here. All I want is a pencil.
Try the living room. Oh, God, Lord. We'll have to start this whole thing over again.
Oh, and another vinyl. I hope you're all down for some tunes. Ah, you're right. I didn't try 8008. I didn't try 1337. So that's the interrupted vinyl, and here's the regular one. More tunes! I'm not a burglar. I'm a private investigator.
Do you know?
Huh, a piano pin.
Locked. How does one open a piano front?
Aha! They're gonna come home and the weird dude from upstairs has been in their house and gone through everything. Oh.
£45. If I were a lesser man, I'd take it and live comfortably for the rest of the year. There's no way Theo's boss pays him this much.
We're going to go get fucked up later, let me tell you.
He's a slob.
Oh, that's a bit judgy.
Music sheets. Presumably Theo's songs.
Yeah, sorry. We're going to need to take this money as evidence and go to Tijuana.
I wonder what was last written on this notepad.
We don't have a... People's. We don't have a pencil to do like a rub-in. Okay. Got ourselves one of them fancy clocks, huh? No, nothing to be doing. I got my detective hat on today. Sorry, friends. Let's have a look at the...
There's a note in the fireplace. I can't get it out with my bare hands.
Ah, do you know what we should use? An expensive cello bow. Just throw it on in there.
Seems to be a list of medicines.
Okay. Alright, these peeps are not making themselves look less... Sorry, I'm doing a quick skim to see if there's a chloroform or anything of that ilk on here. Doesn't seem to be. One last jigsaw piece.
I can't stand to see an incomplete picture.
Do you know what I was tempted to do if I'd had the option? Steal that last piece. Leave it forever infuriating. Oh. Oh, had an argument with Shirley today. I hate it when we argue, and I know she means well, but sometimes I just need someone to listen, not to judge. I said some things I'm not proud of. Shirley means everything to me, and I can't bear the thought of losing her. But when she told me to grow up and take responsibility, I couldn't handle it. I told myself I'd be a better person this year. But it's time to apologise and show her that I love her as much as she loves me. A sister's love is forever. Gonna read your diary and steal your shirt. Sorry, Tamurish was saying that the name of this game screams point-and-click game that came out on an obscure console. Yes! This is like the evolution of one of those weird early FMV point-and-clicks. But like the classy version. Postage revenue. Gonna steal your stamps. Oh, back in the toilet. Oh. Oh, Stammering Gamer. Sorry. Have yourself a lovely rest of your evening, friend. Sorry, you can tell that I feckin' love investigation games like this. And we're not quite at the point where we've got enough to start trying to solve everything. And yes, this is how pencils work, like spray paint. Call back the doctor. Cello case is 1932. 1932. If you all could remember that, I'd be very appreciative. H, free from 8 PM, Tuesday the 22nd. Change of clothes. Make sure the gig is still on first. Yeah, Ben, I agree with you. Like, it's the bridge between the early point-and-click Telltale and the later games that were less point-and-clicky. Like, this is actually giving me like a lot more in the way of puzzles to solve. Feckin' we. Okay, so the cello case was 1932. Sadly was not boobs.
Bingo.
Bingo bango. Alright, so the cello's out. Let's have a look at this letter.
Theo has a sister back home somewhere.
So happy you wrote us back. Mother needs medicine desperately, and the doctor says she could die. I have to ask you to be quick.
Annabelle, it's Shirley.
Damn. It's Annabelle's sister.
Look, if you're in there, I want to say sorry about the other night.
Oh.
Are you there? I love you, Annie. You know that, don't you? Everything I say, I say it because I want to protect you. Anyway, I'm posting the key back through the door. I love you.
Woohoo! Theft! I'm not a cop. Okay, and Aganaki, it would be brilliant if she stands there talking for like half an hour at the door. Now, is that the bathroom again? I'm sneaking in your bedroom.
You can tell a lot about a person from their bedroom. This is clearly Annabelle's space.
Oh, get them drawers going. Get them letters. Okay. So what'd she do? Furious. Annabelle Meredith McCree. I can't believe you've done this. You should have come with me on this. I'm your sister, for God's sake. I would have talked you out of it. Let's be thankful Mother isn't alive to see you disgrace yourself. You should have told me. I'm furious at you, but I promise I'm still here for you. Your sisters and that won't change. Your secret is safe with me, but we'll need to talk soon. Yours sincerely, Shirley. Man, it's really nice of these people to write down their deepest and darkest secrets. Tiny box? No, we good.
Blue mist. Looks brand new.
Blue mist is right fancy. Ow! Ow! Alright, what have we got here? Darn it! It's going to be something like the unlock for her birthday. Right, music box lid. It's an earring.
Shirley and Annabelle are close sisters. I don't know what they're currently arguing about, but they seem to love each other very much. Good to know.
Okay.
It needs something to wind it.
I'm going through your stuff again. Alright. Oh man, they got a 2-bathroom house.
They had a view of Mr. Morgan's home.
Okay.
They could have easily seen Charlotte May every day.
Curiouser and curiouser, my friends.
Absolutely spotless. You'd never even know a mechanic lived here.
Also, Aganaki, are we the villain? I feel like we might be.
More bleach. Smells fresh. Oh, the whole place is clean.
As anyone else here
Annabelle is obsessed with cleaning.
Yeah. Or they've been clearing up after. They squeeze it from the bottom like a proper person, not like a... Okay, just going to get all up in your oral hygiene there. Like, I do think we're just the creepy neighbour right now. Nothing to be looking at under there, but definitely her obsessive cleaning is worth a note. Okay. It's not letting me back out of here just yet, so there's something I've not found. Maybe in here still? I don't seem to be able to use the other side on that one. taps, toothbrushes, check those. Was there something else in the tub I missed? No, I don't seem to be able to interact with below the sink, at least not right now. So Esmeralda, the only thing that's been said during the investigation, if we have a look on, I don't know if it goes into notes. Oh, we're just stealing stamps. Okay, that's cool. One thing that was mentioned during the investigation was... Okay, I don't seem to have notes on it here, but there was evidence of chloroform, at least according to what the cops had written down by the crime scene. So, to recap, there was a smashed plant pot, there was some blood from, I think the dad was the one that got beamed with it. Then there's some rope that was discarded and something involving chloroform? Oh, you know what, Wolfcred? You're onto it. Dude's a vampire. Just gonna fuck with your taps a lot. But I do like how much freedom we're being given. Oh, J-Post, where are my manners? What, ho friend, how are you doing? Sorry, I almost missed you there. We've been playing this game for, what, like an hour or two? It's really, really good. It's a very interesting take on like the point-and-click detective story. Problem is, I can't get out of this fucking bathroom. Oh, wait a second, that was what we meant to do. The bottle was empty. There we go. So the game wanted us to find that one. Okay. So it's not letting us miss anything too intense. Use the winder. Bingo, bango. Alright. I enjoyed seeing you the other night. We should do it again soon. I hope you enjoyed the blue mist. That stuff isn't cheap, but you're worth it, my dear. Call me 3283. 3283.
This might be useful. Is Annabelle having an affair?
I'm trying to put my 3283, thank you. I'm trying to put things back as best we can. It's going to be obvious we rated this shit. 3, 2, 8, 3. Okay.
Clean bedding. Now, what's this then?
It's the mallet.
This is it. The mallet I saw Theo use last night. I've got you. Did you hit Charlotte May with this? Damn, the McKees are coming back.
Well then, what do you want me to say?
I don't know, just stall him. He's been in there for ages.
Why did you leave him then?
Do you really want me to go through that right now?
Okay. Just don't say anything that he might...
He might what?
Well, you know how you are.
I'm not in control right now.
Do you really think I'm that stupid? Now, shh. Let's just go inside.
I'm waiting for you.
Remembering which key it was.
Hello, Mr. Conway.
Hello, Theodore.
Anne says Tony Morgan asked you to investigate his daughter's disappearance?
That's right, but I'm sure she's also told you that it's merely a form.
I was just telling Mr. Conway he's wasting his time.
Yeah, She's being heckin' cute over there. Sorry.
Doing the snuggle. Is it being all cozy?
Yeah, she's being heckin' feckin' cute. Hang on, let me show you all. Whilst we've been solving crimes and detecting stuff, River has made her little nest in the corner. Over there by Mount Gendams. She's just hanging out in the background being feckin' cute. You being all cute. You being a cutie patootie. She is unfussed by my attention paying. Yeah, Agananaki, that'd be the riverbank. But let's be honest, every bed in this house is a dog bed. She's got our bed, she's got a spare bed, sofa. It's all Rivers. She just really likes that little corner. Which, to be honest, it's got like a cute kind of like snoozing nook kind of vibe to it. She just got up, turned around, and lay with her back to me because I'm talking about her.
Because we don't know anything about it.
Aren't you retired, Mr. Conway?
Well, I'm not here officially, Mr. McKee, just as a friend of Tony Morgan's. But I do appreciate you making the time.
Well, like Anne said, we had nothing to do with Charlotte May, so I don't know how I could help. And I don't have long, I'm afraid. Mr. Levy isn't very happy with me stepping out of work.
I appreciate it all the same.
Well, shall we move into the living room?
Of course. Please.
Anasari, good evening to
I'll
you.
be with you in a
friend.
moment.
Oh, afternoon, or time travel.
Now, please, I'd like to know what you were doing at the time of the attack, if you wouldn't mind. Maybe start at 10 p.m.
10 p.m.? Well, I was at a gig that night, so I was playing down at the Sugar Ducks men's club. Harold, my boss, hasn't paid me for a few months, so I've had to start making money elsewhere. I remember I got home around 10:40, I think. I went straight into my music room. I had a song in my head I just had to get out. So nothing to do with Charlotte May.
Okay, so making money, home around 10 p.m., nothing to do with her. Let's question his timings first.
The Sugar Dogs. That's about a 20-minute walk from here, if I'm correct.
Something like that? Yes.
And what time did you finish your performance?
About just after 10.
And then you returned home?
Yes.
Did you drive?
No, I walked.
You just said you returned home at 10:40, did you not?
Detective
If
Jerk
it
is
takes
on the
20 minutes
case!
to walk, then what, might I ask, were you doing with the extra 20 minutes?
Have you ever performed, Mr. Conway?
No, I'm not a very musical person, I'm afraid.
Well, there's a lot of equipment at a show. Microphones, guitars, cables. It all takes time to pack down.
Mallets?
Excuse me?
A mallet. Whatever it is that the drummer uses.
You mean drumsticks?
Sticks, huh? You'll forgive me.
He's
I
being
really
a
don't
jerk.
know a great deal about it.
I'm just trying to get a quick discombobulation
Like I said,
in.
it all takes time.
Sounds reasonable enough to me. Where were we? Yes, you were saying you'd entered your music room.
Anyway, I think I was in my music room all the way up until...
I'll be with you both in a second. Don't wait for me.
Okay, my love. I was in my room until Anne called me out. She heard a smash or something. Anne was visiting a friend that night, but I think she was back just before me. And I think she was in her bedroom. So, by all accounts, she's the one who heard it.
Annabelle heard it, friend, or back before you. See, it seems like in these situations we only get to ask one question, and that's tricky. So I would very much value your input and thoughts on this one, friends. Like, I think what I'm enjoying about this game so much right now is I don't know how much back and forth we have. Like, I don't know if this is going to be like Paradise Killer, where we're going to have as much time as we want to dig into everything about it, or if this is going to be closer to like the Telltale situations where we only get one run at the pot. Yes, one thing I'd quite like to ask you is, what is your opinions on Homestuck? After I returned from the war with my injury, I got quite into the writings of one Andrew Hussey, and I found those trolls to be rather delightful. So as I continued to read through the Homestucks, through the Alpha and Beta children, I found myself enamored with the interactions between them and the mystical chessboard set up by the video game that destroys them all. So tell me again, sir, what do you think of Homestuck? Alright, you know what? I kept a straight face through all of that. I'm very proud of myself. Okay, Lyris and Lizzie want to go for the friend. Agonatic is just twitching. I would also like to ask you what you think of my nails. You'll notice they're very fucking fancy. Let's ask about the friend. Let's get some corroboration time.
What was the name of her friend, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't remember. She's out with them quite a lot, though.
Why doesn't she attend your performances?
I don't think jazz is her thing.
Oh, that's a shame. That every time you perform, she's elsewhere.
I see.
Conroy is being a jerk.
And Charlotte May whilst I was gigging? No way.
The thought had crossed my mind, but if you say no, then I have to take you at your word.
You don't know Anne, Mr. Conway. There's no way she would do something like taking a child.
I believe you, Mr. McKee.
Good. I know you're asking for Tony Morgan, but you're way off.
I apologize. And Annabelle seems so lovely, so I hate to have asked.
It's okay.
Sorry, where were you?
So anyway, it couldn't have been Anne or me, you see, because we weren't here most of the night. And in any case, the Sugar Ducks are a good 20-minute walk away. People would have noticed if I was missing from my gig, wouldn't you think? I'm sorry, I'm confused. Is this all you want to know? What I was doing that night? Nothing else?
Oh, okay, so choices are not Annabelle, like how can you be so sure? Noticed. I think that one we know. He's a performer on stage. They would have seen him. Is this all we want to know? I mean, I've been through all your shit, dude. I know everything. I'd like to thank you kindly for your contribution to the "We Get Ratted Down the Pub" fund that I found inside your piano. Oh, Agonaniki, there's actually a fifth option on my nails, which is they change colour. I'm still torn of whether or not I should have gone for just chrome across the board, because the chrome nails are fun. Oh yeah, no. Like Ben, they are proper mood nails this time, like all of them. Hang on, whilst we're deciding what to do, bear with me a second. I'm just gonna. What can I do? All right, I've got an idea. Hang on a sec. Let me show you. Oh god, yeah, got a coffee ground. Here's my coffee. Got most of the grounds. I'm going to show him the color changing nail power. Alright, now, you are going to need to brace yourself, friends, for what I'm about to show you may shock and delight. For the mystical powers of mood-changing nails has been bestowed upon me, so I want you to brace yourselves, alright? Those of you that are prone to fainting may wish to sit down. So, behold, me fancy thumb and me fancy fingers. But what's this? What's this? What's this? Bright red. Until, when dunked into some cold water... Oh my word, it has changed colour! I'm not quite sure which part of the magic trick that is, the prestige or what have you. I wasn't really paying attention. But would you look at that? Would you look at that? It's changing back as the heat is brought to it. Smallest waffle just explodes. Yeah. What is that? Black magic? Burn the witch! Ah, piss. Pause was saying weird. The audio is looping Will saying cold coffee ground quietly in the distance. He's a witch! Burn the witch! Will Overguard want to turn me into a duck? Well, I got better. Zeke, why you like this? There are no tiny sharks in my... There are no tiny sharks in my bevy. Oh. Right. From magical color changing nails. See, when Ben was over for PAX, I had a similar kind of nail varnish, but it was a different brand, and it went from like shiny blue to shiny purple. But for some reason, it didn't work except on this thumb. So all the others were just this kind of like shiny blue purple. That was kind of nice, but this one changed. Now, Esmer is suggesting not Annabelle. Lizzie's reason, and it's less risky in terms of suspicion. I think that's the move to go. Because he's kind of countering us with questions about all we want to know. It's like, nah, let's not go off topic.
You say it couldn't have been Annabelle?
No. She was out of town that night. She'd already paid for her tram ticket, so I said I didn't mind.
Really? And she used the tram ticket?
I don't understand.
You say she was out of town for most of the night. Could she have been here longer than you thought?
Anne didn't have anything to do with Charlotte May.
Well, anything is possible.
No. I'm sorry, it's not. You don't know Anne.
So she's not capable of such a thing. Is she capable of deceiving you?
That's my wife you're talking about. I'm not answering that.
You're right. I apologize. I've overstepped my bounds. I promise you I meant nothing by it. I have to ask these things for Tony Morgan, but if you say that's not her, then I trust you, Theodore.
It's fine.
Please, if you don't mind, could you continue with the night's events?
Yeah, he sounds
Sorry
offended in
about
British.
That. I was making sure that things were where we left them.
I was just saying that Mr. Conway is wasting his time because we were both out of town for most of the night. Isn't that right, my love?
Press X to
you
doubt.
were at the friends, weren't you? You already paid for a tram ticket. That's why you couldn't come to the gig.
Well, actually, Theo, I wanted to talk to you about that, but it can wait till later.
Talk to me about what? Tell him you're out of town.
Don't you have to get back to work?
Actually, I think I do have to go, Mr. Conway. I'm sorry I couldn't be more help. You'll excuse me.
Thank you for your time, Theodore.
Oh, yeah, she's up to something. Now, I think her story is going to be more sad than shifty. I think Theodore's taken extra jobs with the shifty bloke down the road, which is why he's got cash in hand. And we know he's got family back home that he's got to give cash to. She's having medical problems, something around them trying to have a kid. So I think that's where the suspicions are going. It's not that she's slamming the milkman, it's that she's having to go for very, very embarrassing trips to the doctor. I mean, embarrassing in a British manner, if you know what I mean. You know, this is post-World War II, stiff upper lip. You know, we don't talk about sex and babies. Children just happen. Yeah, Agadaniki, you're right. We just ruined the big birthday surprise. So what do we ask about? The friends, the out of town, or the tram ticket? Now, we can't look at our notes right now, but we know that she never punched that tram ticket. She bought it, she never used it. Yeah, Lizzie, that could be the case. So I think you're right. Let's ask it out of. Let's ask about out of town.
You were out of town for most of the night, were you? Or did the tram conductor forget to stamp your ticket? I'm curious.
Mr. Conway, I think you've more than outstayed your welcome. I don't know why I agreed to talk to you in the first place. You must think me awfully dense if you think I don't know what you were doing while I was gone. I don't want to see or hear from you again. Do you understand? This is a job for the police, not some old has-been playing detective.
Dense? No, not at all. In fact, I think you're smarter than you're letting on. Smart enough to have your husband kill a child and then cover it up in the dead of night.
Get out. Now.
More coffee for Bill. That probably wasn't the best.
That went as well as could have been expected.
that the accusation on the way out, possibly not the power move there, but so I feel like we're gonna have this kind of like interaction with each of our neighbors, leading up to a great big intervention where they're like, "Mate, you gotta stop."
From talking to the McKees, it seems apparent that they were both in Dahlia View at the time Charlotte May was taken. Annabelle and Theo were clearly hiding something. I observed them getting rid of a rolled-up rug and saw Theo use a mallet for God only knows what. I can't currently prove it relates to Charlotte May, and a few questions still remain.
So yeah, the questions being
£45 is a large sum. In my experience, the kind of money made on the black market. Theo doesn't seem like someone driven by greed. So what possible motive could compel him to kidnap and sell a young girl?
Yeah, Ark of the Conclave, the brooch in the corner is the loading screen. That brooch
I'm
ended up
positive
being
that
a
Charlotte
lot.
May was in that pantry. But can I prove the mallet was used to hit something living?
So let's have a look. Alright, so I mean, those aren't enough to prove. Oh, hang on, what was that for context? Alright, this is the mallet I saw Theo holding. The Mackenzies were hiding in a footlocker at the base of their bed. That does make it suspect. Here's the child abduction report. Silverbrook's robbery suspect released without charge. Local crimes listing. Oh, hang on. Three-wheeler Yellow Sparrow. Tan VW Ladybird hatchback with red passenger door. Brown KP runner van with an eagle bonnet ornament. A sky blue Hilton Prestige caravan with walnut trim and a silver. Okay, so these are the other crimes that have been going down. Terence Trilby, Riverport Antiquities Special. Need buying or selling? Need cash fast, discreet and guaranteed. Now, was that the person we talked to earlier? Okay. Both arrived home before the attack. Annabelle heard the smash first. Annabelle was back before Theo, so she was in the room. Didn't attend his gig. Annabelle said she was with a friend. That turned out to be a lie. Didn't hear Theo arrive. Okay. So connect evidence to. Now it's quite possible the looking at the silver report, that could have been what he did. As in, like, he could have sold some things from home to make up the cash. Oh, and Biggs, how are you doing? I wouldn't say we're hard-boiled. We're exceedingly British. Exceedingly British.
I'm positive that Charlotte May was in that pantry. But can I prove the mallet was used to hit something living?
I don't know if we can. And there was a lot of bleach in there. And the mallet itself doesn't appear to have anything on it. Yay! Sorry, Quasi was saying that missing cards for their commander deck have arrived today. Feckin' yo! Also, the price of commander decks seems to be feckin' high. I was in Fred Meyer the other evening, or Freddy's as it's known by the locals, and the commander decks in there were like $45. Like, have they always been that price? Also, Quasi, one thing I'm very looking forward to in the new year, once we're all boosted and 5G'd up to the wazoo, I am taking those commander decks that you made out for a spin, and I cannot wait. Maybe not the shark one at first. I don't want to... Okay, so the things to connect. Can only connect on the main board. All right. Okay, context. Right, transfer to the question board. I don't know how. Oh no, it's that button there. Okay. So we know it's been used. Can we say the mallet was used to hit something living? I mean, there's a great big gash in the middle of it. I don't know. God, I'm all over the place. Okay, so
good luck and have a wonderful rest of your night.
Lyris, thank you for chucking in 200. No, I hope you've had a bloody good day. I feel like this is yet another one of those games that's really got my brain working, but I'm fecking down for this. I'm fecking down for this. And Wolfcrad, you have a great evening as well. So Lyris, our current super Jarl, have a lovely rest of your evening. All right. Yeah, sorry, Esmeralda was saying that they didn't use luminol, which detects iron in the blood, causing it to be visible under a black light. Technically speaking, you could use it to find traces of blood. Yeah, the problem is it looks like an iron mallet. Like, it's... like, there's damage to the mallet, certainly, but not too much. Let's have a look at the other things. Okay, yeah. Theo's not been paid in months and had to make money elsewhere. So this bit definitely comes over to the board because with the cash, we know that Theo's not been paid. Dude's got to make cash somewhere. And what was this one? Oh, this was another board of facts. Both arrived before the attack. Hannibal heard the smash. Didn't attend Theo's gig. Theo didn't arrive. That was the burnt medicine list. And that connects to... that definitely connects to this. Mother needs medicine desperately. Doctor says could die. I have to ask you to be quick. It's getting worse. I think it's the blood thinning medicine she needs. I think you can only get it in your country and it's very expensive. And what was that over here? Warfarin's the blood thinning, which is 227. Fuck me, that's 42 quid a bottle. Okay, so let's get this over here. Because the money stuff... So if we connect evidence to here, she needs desperately, and then if we connect to the price of warfarin... Yeah, the price of warfarin is a lot of money. Okay, so let's review that theory.
Good. Now what does the rest of it mean?
Oh, solved. Nailed it. Oh, we can... I might get a hint just to get a vibe for what... Wait, no. Does any of you have any thoughts or feelings on this theory? Before we hint it up. Because I don't know if we can get this wrong. I don't know if it's just a puzzle for us to put together, or if it's possible that you have to take our theories, review them, try them over and over again. Which I'm okay with. Like, I'm here to hang out with you lot and do detective shit. And I'm all out of hanging out with you lot. Esmeralda was saying, what are the images of the bottles? Yeah. So this is the lemon-scented bleach. Delicious but deadly. And it gives us context. A bottle of bleach I found in the Key's pantry. And then we've got this bottle. Use on cotton will result in bleach staining. Contact with blood or other bodily fluids may result in salty deposits. Both. Esmeralda, you got it. May result in salty deposits. And then look over here, salty deposits on the meaty spud masher. All right. Kind of wish I hadn't called it the meaty spud masher there. But that is a great name for a ship.
Oh, that's it. The mallet must have been used to hit something living. The crystallization proves it. Then they carried it down to the boot of a car. The only possible motive I can see is that Theo needed money to pay for his mother's medication. A life for a life. Could Theo really be that cold?
Nah.
I got the impression that Annabelle was in charge. It's not enough. I can't accuse them without something solid. I'll have to keep an eye on the McKees and continue my...
Hi, Dad.
I'm about to get rumbled.
I think we need a little chat about your neighbours. The McKees?
I can't let her see this after I made a promise.
I made a promise that I broke, like, immediately.
Now, why is this door closed? Dad, are you back there?
No!
Perhaps I should just come out with it. I don't know.
No, but then we don't get to do cool detective shit.
Hello? No, it's his daughter.
Don't come in! I'm...
He must be
masturbating!
I don't. I'm sorry.
Father, you are paralyzed from the waist down.
Right. Well...
It doesn't stop me trying! Sorry, I don't know where this bit is going, and I am incredibly sorry. Incredibly sorry. I was riffing on your joke there, Ben, and I took it too far, and for that I am sorry.
I can't stop now. Not after what I've seen. I'll just have to make sure I find something that Catherine can use in her investigation.
So you are
it's
very
the only way
close.
she'll understand. I've spent the morning watching the McKees, waiting for them to make a mistake, to do something that proves them guilty of killing Charlotte May. But what if I'm wrong? What if I saw what I wanted to and there was nothing in that rug? If I had hard evidence, I would have told Catherine already. I have nothing but suspicions. I should be looking at everyone in Dahlia View. And Harold Levy is next on my list.
Yeah, Agonaniki, I like that. In order to get away with lying to my daughter, I must lie to her a lot more. Alright.
I'm not zoomed in enough to see. Theo is working on the automobile I saw him put the rug into. I still have my eye on you. Do they know no respect? No wonder the chalk is fading.
You shifty bastard.
Harold is a large man. Large enough to carry a little girl and not slow him down.
I'm back in a bit, yeah? Don't mess up the paintwork.
I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, right.
Telephone. Alright, where are you going, big man? Alright, big wheels. Pigeon.
His father must have left him the business.
I was more interested in the pigeon.
Harold doesn't have a child, as far as I'm aware. It appears Harold keeps his keys on the wall in his kitchen.
Indeed it does.
Good to know.
Oh, I wonder what's going on in the pub.
There appears to be a box of some importance under Harold's bed.
Indeed, Christix, the pigeon's father must have
Whatever it
owned the
contains,
business. He has no pigeon children.
Not happy about it.
Theo, I need to step out for a moment. You alright watching the shop, yeah?
Okay.
The hotel guests must have read the paper. They're just as suspicious as I am.
She's taking the keys with him. Off he trundles.
Harold Levy is unlocking Tony Morgan's door. Now he's entering. What is he thinking? This does not look like a social visit. What in God's name is he doing? He's attacking Mr. Morgan.
Okay.
I should call the police. No. I should gather evidence.
I should help this man using the law. Nope, that's a dumb idea.
He's furious now.
It's fine, you know, guy just lost his daughter, but whatever.
Mr. Morgan looks petrified. Did Harold take Charlotte May? Did he attack Tony the night she was taken? Oh, I've never seen him like this.
Jesus.
How very rude.
You okay, boss?
Yeah.
You sure?
I said I'm fine.
Okay.
I have to do something. I doubt Harold will welcome me in the way the McKees did, but if he can enter another man's home unannounced, well then so can I.
If the landlord can get into your place, then I can get into your place. There's that pigeon again. What's up, buddy? If he can enter unannounced, so can I. I'm sure that's how that works. I think it's still breaking and entering. But as we like to say, heck the popo.
Harold Levy is leaving his flat. My patience has paid off.
My day of doing absolutely nothing has paid off. I gotta remember that next time I'm feeling lazy. New objective. Okay, so find a way inside of Levy's flat. Investigate the box under Harold Levy's bed. Okay. So there's the brooch still, and one of the best dad mug. Hopefully that's ours and not something we just feckin' stole. Make sure we pour out all the coffee. Okay. God, I keep trying to remember the name of the film about the guy that busts his leg and ends up spending his time observing someone across the way who he becomes paranoidly obsessed as a murderer. Like right now, we know something was going on with these two. I still think it was like a pig or something, because we're still in rationing, which means that, you know, especially when it comes to like meats and food, is it dial M for murder? Is it weird to say that every time we mention that, I can only think of the Simpsons skit? Bart of Darkness. It is Rear Window. Okay. It's not just Simpsons Treehouse of Horrors references. Oh, lordy, lordy. Though I am sorry, friendos. I do need to take another quick little break, just because I have consumed all of this and I'm now peeing like a racehorse. I know, very, very classy. Put some tunes on while I'm taking a quick slash. Like, this is interesting because we're being given very obvious caricatures. But I feel like this is one of those that by the time we're about like halfway, 2/3 through this game, there's going to be a lot of contradicting caricatures. It's going to be that, you know, when you start digging into people's lives, strange things unfurl. And the girl's been missing for 3 days now, which is not good. Unless she is being held for a very specific reason. That girl's dead. So... Wait, they also did a Tiny Toons parody of that? Oh, feckin' yo. But the other thing we haven't seen is the girl's mother. Because at the beginning they were referencing the kind of conversation between them, but we've only seen the dad. So... Oh, and Rear Window was Jimmy Stewart. Dial M for Murder was Grace Kelly. Thank you. Getting all that classic movie knowledge out of the way. But yeah, I don't think the first couple we met did it, but they're into some shady stuff. She might be having an affair. We don't know. But she's definitely dealing with some medical stuff on the sly, perhaps without telling even Theo. And the other thing I noticed from the paper clippings was the amount of cars that are being stolen. And I wouldn't be surprised if, like, Big Meanie McBignose is flipping stolen cars. Because he's clearly up to something shady. But then I couldn't see the other person who was hanging out in the pub that whole time with the landlady. So there's a lot more to this. And and that's absolutely got me with my hands in it. Okay, so I'm gonna pee, and then let's keep going. I'm really feckin' enjoying this. I didn't think this game was going to be bad because the occupation was so well made. The occupation had some really odd choices in terms of how you did your investigations on a time limit, which I don't like. This has got that nice biting point between feeling the pressure, but they're not really being too much in the way of like, you've got to do this right now. It's that telltale thing of making you feel like you're under pressure when you're not. And I always like that. Anyway, back in a second. I gotta pee. I've got to stop looking at Twitter when I'm using the bathroom. You know what? I've just got to stop Twitter. I'm gonna go on down after today's show. After we've all hung out, I'm gonna go down to the basement. I'm gonna find the big switch that has Twitter. I'm just gonna turn it to off. Okay, it's nothing bad. Or just disappointing. Yeah, you know what, Quasi? Thinking about it now, I could have used that switch many times, and the fact that I didn't, it's real negligence on my part. I probably should have considered it. It was pretty irresponsible for me to be given that power in the first place. Okay, Jackie does have an alternative suggestion, which is just stop going to the bathroom. If it keeps me off of Twitter. No, I just saw that legendary guitarist and Rage Against the Machine founder Tom Morello is now also selling NFTs. He's selling NFTs of his Dungeons and Dragons characters, and I'm just like, for sir, which machine are you raging against? Teddy's, thank you for the follow. It is what it is. It is what it is. But what I can do while I'm eating cheese, because apparently that's my solution, what I can do is remind myself and all of you that there is going to be a Pui Pui Molcar racing game. And I'm okay with this. Oh, wait, cool. And then apparently the 1999 letter from Microsoft's failed attempt to buy Nintendo has been published. That's way cool. I mean, obviously it didn't happen. It was, but still, I'm curious to. Oh, man, I'm curious to give that a read later on. Yeah, that's gonna be fascinating to read into. Just checking the hot sheets in case something happened while we were hanging out. Okie dokie. Aside from that, nothing going down. So yeah, just a nice happy reminder of more Pui Pui Molcar stuff. No matter what the world throws at us, friends, there are still guinea pigs that are also cars. There are just guinea pigs in general. A tiny, fluffy potato that will threaten to fight you if you don't bring it salad. Like, over the weekend, there was a meme doing the rounds, which was, do not give me the courage of a lion, for lions are already strong and fierce. No, give me the courage of a guinea pig. A small furry potato that will scream at something 100 times its own size if its salad is a little bit too wilty. Like, you know what? You know what? That's fair. The courage of guinea pigs. Oh. Anyway, let's see what detective-flavoured nonsense we can continue with. Oh, we're just doing an for rolling a bear. I'm kind of hoping for like a Steptoe and Son cameo, as weird and uncomfortable as that would be. All right, is there anything to be looking at? Oh, and Jeanette Watteau. So while we're wheeling over to the crime scene, so obviously, friends, the eternal question is, what have you been playing over the weekend? Jeanette says this very much looks like a Telltale game. It does have that vibe to it.
The place seems empty enough. Now to find a way into Levy's garage.
Time to do some wheelies. And have a look at the missing poster.
Charlotte May's home. She's counting on me. I won't let you down.
Aha! Bingo, bango.
I better get inside before anybody sees me.
Doing some squeaky wheelies. Alright. Levy's garage. Let's do an investigate. And the first place was not useful.
What is that smell? Damp, I think.
Okay.
Toys. Why does Harold Levy have them?
Yeah, why does Harold have kids' toys? I don't see anything else underneath there. Harold, you creepy weirdo. Unrelated to having children's toys, he's just a creeper. So Jeanette, how have you been? Quasi's. Oh, so as for video game stuff, so Quasi's back on Final Fantasy 14. That is the done thing. I believe there's. Isn't there a new story beat coming? Okay, here's reception. Groucho's 50th, 34th of September. Sing Jazz Festival. Terence Trilby. Hopwood Rope Repairs. Money for old rope? Why buy new twine when your old one can work just fine? Bobby and Sons glass blowing. We blow glass. You pay cash. 20 years experience. I mean, it's to the point. We blow glass.
Mr. Levy? Oh, there's Harold's mail. I can't get to it from this side.
And let me guess.
Locked from the other side.
Curses!
Is anyone home? Good.
Satchel empty, knees weak, arm spaghetti. Okay. I don't know if we gave back all the stuff we stole from the other people, though. So. But get it stuck on stuff and things. Okay. Moose says on the subject of games, now that they're working in and considering jumping back into Final Fantasy 14 since buying the expansion and paying the subscription might actually be realistic. So, as you have got a job, you shall now take up Final Fantasy 14. It's a brave move, Cotton. Let's see how it pays out. Oh no, that sounds fucking cool. Esmeralda, I don't think we have. I think we need to get the keys from up here that'll let us start exploring more of the downstairs area.
I'm sure this is the hallway to Levy's flat. Let's hope he's still out. He clearly doesn't want anyone renting too close to home.
Oh, and another stamp as well. One more for the collection. Whee! Alright. Aha! I'll take that. Thank you kindly. Dudley. Dudley, you've got the racing oil. Alright, so now is this a key to here or is this a key to downstairs? Let's find out. Levy's flat. Observations. Alright, let's have a look.
Harold Levy has a lady friend.
Every time you have a meeting with Frank, you leave me alone up here for ages. Can you at least get me a new radio so I have something to listen while I wait?
I don't know why I'm doing this voice.
Better still, could you spend a little time with me? What are you doing with him anyway? What was in that van the other night? You're far too secretive. Girls like me need good pampering every now and then. I think you should buy me something expensive to say sorry.
Oh, wow. T. Morgan, tenant of Violet Terrace, you hereby informed. You're past due on your rent charges. Yeah, you're just preparing them for everybody. Oh, what a piece of work. Ah, the old corned beef. Or as I call it, no thank you. to... Sorry, my brain was going over one possible outcome for this investigation, and I don't like
This
it.
is where I watched Harold from my window. I hope none of my neighbors are watching me.
It's time for Detective Dad, or as I call him, Dad-tective.
Someone's showering. I better be quiet.
Oh, I know where that earring is. Where have we seen an earring like that before? So we've got lipstick. Blue mist perfume. We know who takes that. Ovation cigarettes. Loads of money.
Might be important. You never know.
Blood.
Interesting.
Okay, so this one says, I've had to leave early. A shipment of parts has come in from down near Pinwheel and I have to be there to load it in. Sorry about last night. I know I can lose my temper and it's not your fault. Stay for a while if you like. Just don't touch the radio. It's stuck on that channel. Keys in the usual place. Don't let anyone see you. P.S. If you see me and Frank about, just keep your distance and leave us to it. That's blood, dude. And absolutely going to steal your coat hanger.
Just because she says she do. If my baby really cared,
He must have moved the box somewhere else.
she wouldn't leave me feeling blue.
Also, it is very clearly what's her face from across the road. Yeah, and I like that. Oh, I better be very, very quiet, he says, making an inordinate amount of noise. Doubt I'm going to be that lucky, am I? Yeah. So we've got to go downstairs. Use the coat hanger to fish out the... Okay. Okay, I'm having serious problems here. I'm having serious problems here. I guess there was more here to be found. Oh, that's the door. Okay. Okay. Unread notes. Alright. Investigate the box under Harold Levy's bed. Okay, so that's not there. Harold owns many properties. Harold appears to be courting a younger lady. That must be who the key was left for. We know who that is. That's either Theo's wife or what's her face?
Harold would have had a good view of Charlotte May playing in the courtyard from this balcony.
What am I missing here? Sorry, Agonanarchy's saying we should just bust into the bathroom and I don't mind me collecting evidence. Perhaps I missed something in the kitchen? Because the coat hanger's clearly to take downstairs. Alright, got everything on the kitchen table. I looked from here. I don't think there was anything of interest on the kitchen, so it's got to be something I've missed in the bedroom. Lol. Okay, friends. I've got a strange question for you. How many of you have used Tinder or equivalent swipe-type dating apps? Don't worry, this isn't a...
Let's see if I remember how to do this.
I had to use the coat hanger to pick the lock. Oh, okay, so we have each one of these as a tumbler. Oh wow, this is very cool, but very tricky. P-balls. Okay, this is very fiddly. So Jackie says they have Agananaki. Dory Quill says, I played Reigns, does that count? Well, friends, there is a game I want to put on your radar, and it will only work if you've played a lot of Tinder. Fuck me sideways. I'm so sorry. I'm just talking nonsense. If you've used any of like the digi dating apps or stuff like that, I really, really want to recommend this game because it's gone by very, very quietly. And it's called Tender Creature Comforts. And it is... The fact that it's not a chatbot is incredible. You are a person visiting an alien colony. And the way that the visa system works is that you're allowed to stay there for X amount of dates. So you have to find people, swipe, converse with them, and then go on dates with them. And this, I know, probably sounds like meme joke tier nonsense, but it is the realest shit that I have gone through. And the thing is, I played this, a couple weeks ago, and I'm still thinking about it. I'm still thinking about it. I think I need more people to give this a shot so that I can have more individuals to have a conversation with. Now, Agananaki, you are right that there is an RPG with the swipe system. That's Reigns, which is what Dory Quill was mentioning. Which even had... Get rejected for being a Gemini. Oh boy. Get ghosted for realsies. No, it's just the way that this is written and constructed and put together, it's the realest shit. And it's very much one of those games that uses an indie punk art style to lull you into thinking that it's going to be a silly meme game, and it's actually like the realest shit. So sorry to just throw that random game recommendation at you, but it's one of those that I've been having a lot of thoughts and feels on, and I definitely need more people to talk to about it, you know what I mean? Also, this lockpicking minigame is very, very good. So if you're wondering what I have to do, so I have to hit the first tumbler by feeling for it with this coat hanger. And then once I get it, I then have to hold down the left trigger. If I let go of left trigger, it goes back to the first tumbler. So then right trigger, and then from there. Okay.
Still got it.
Alright, so... Harold's box.
Finally.
Lol.
Time to take a look inside.
Alright. You're a good man, Levy. You got me out of the jam. I remember these things. I'll be back for the stuff soon. Be in touch, Frank. Okay. What have we got here? Rent due fortnight. Theodore and Annabelle McKee, 0 until further notice. Beverly, £4. Robert, £4. Anthony Morgan, £5. Simon Deering, £4. Second strike on late rent. Oh, I'm Conway, so I'm first strike on late rent. Sebastian Paul, third strike on late rent, evicted. Yeah, I'm going to take a paperclip.
Might make a good lockpick. I'm curious to see what was left in his office.
I know what you've been doing. Blacktop taxi blue, road car with top bit removed. Thursday, brown van in, van with wood panel out. You're a liar and a thief. Did you take Charlotte May too? You can destroy this if you like. I've made copies. P.S. I believe there's something in your office if you don't believe me. Who's this from? All right. Can we put the lid back? No. We're just gonna be a cheeky.
Let's see what's been left in Levy's office.
All right.
It must have something to do with him attacking Mr. Morgan.
So Agadaniki's on the Tender game says it can't be nearly as difficult a game as real life swipe dating scene. See, I've not experienced it, so I think that's the other thing. I've never done digital dating. I've gotten myself into more than enough trouble by regular dating. As you may or may not be aware, like before I started hanging out with you lot, God, I was a piece of shit. I was on a tear, and I still feel bad about that. I'm gonna for pretty much forever. But yeah, I never got into the digital dating scene because I am a talker. I'm very good at talking. Shocking, I know. Oh, this way. Agadaki says digital dating in Seattle is generally especially bad for reasons. Better in some regions. Okay. I mean, I've been introduced to some of like the different tribes and the different classes on digital dating. I wasn't aware of Fish Guy and Horse Girl. Okay. So we're going to head into Harold's office. Yeah, these two different kind of tribes that supposedly exist on digital dating. Jackie's like, I think I bought the wrong one. This seems to be a 1998 18 plus FMV. Fucking yo. Okay, so. Guess we'll just use the. I guess I'm just using the key? Or. Oh! No, I'm going to pick the lock. Okay, inventory. Paperclip. Alright. This little minigame is real fun. Right, so right trigger first. Okay, so let me find... Up and round. Left trigger. Alright, come on. Boosh!
There's Levy's office. It looks like he's still out of the building. That smell again. The damp is even stronger in here.
Riverport Police. Line, do not cross. Oh, so the other people had a hammer and horseshoes. But we find a hammer in here and he's like, nah, this isn't the hammer. I don't fancy this hammer. Alright, windscreen replacement.
Now what's this then?
Northwest Freight Co.
Hmm.
I mean, it's an auto shop. That's not the weirdest thing you've seen today. Police line, do not cross.
The police have searched here. I wonder if Catherine was with them. What on earth is that? Looks important.
Let's go fuck with it. Man, that thing looks expensive and important. Let's go mess it up. But yeah, sorry. I know very, very little about digidating. It's not something that I have any grand insight to. But that tender game was so well written. Like, I'm still thinking about it. It had me checking up on the old.
There's Harold Levy's office.
It had me checking up on like the chatbot scene, because remember that Microsoft was working on a few different ones that got pulled down due to varying reasons. But I always thought it was fascinating. Oh, an El Ravager, what ho? Oh, Jackie. You got to be kinder to yourself, friend. What's the great line from people watching? You only have to be attractive to one person. So El Ravager, how are you doing, friend? Sorry, I didn't mean to bring it on to the real shit. We're playing this glorious detective game where we play like a post-World War II Britain detective doing detective things. But there's nothing in here to steal. Oh shit. Nothing here so far. I guess he upped his security from the big button on the door. Okay, well, if you like detective games...
Locked.
Of course.
I suppose I'll look elsewhere for now.
If you like detective games, this one is feckin' great. It's very much in the vein of the Telltale style of storytelling, but with a little bit more, like, explore and deduce. Yes, we play an private investigator in a fictional part of a small town. It feels very London. The little girl next door has been kidnapped. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. All I wanted to do is mess with this. There we go.
Seems to open the window up top there.
I'm not quite sure how that helps us. We'll look into it. Oh, Esmer is also a fan of detective games. Feckin' yo. There's always... Finding the right kind of title is always a tricky one, but it's something I'm down for, you know? Okay, I'm trying to see... It looks like there was another lever... Okay, so there's another lever down that way. We just got to get in there. So how in the bloody hell do we get in there? Yeah, so there's the other lever that we want to be messing with. Yeah, no, it's tricky finding investigation games that you can play like we like to, like a group. Because sometimes the puzzles are more like a pacing thing for narrative, and sometimes... Oh, we can actually go out this way. Wellity, wellity, wellity. And other times, like, there is actually, like, puzzles and deducing to be done, and I love those. I feel like what was it? I feel that the best one we've had so far was probably Heaven's Vault. That was feckin' great.
Hello? Yeah, I'm on it. He's coming here. No, I'll sort it out. No, all right,
What
fine.
in God's name?
Bollocks.
Why is there a hole in the ground and a chain going into it?
He's left the office door open, but
Now I'm stuck in here.
Yeah, what is this feckin' ring shit we've got down here? Sorry, I was intently listening to that. But you know, finding detective games is a tricky one. I was really hoping games like Judgment and stuff like that would go for it, and I definitely came at Disco Elysium in the wrong way. I wanted Disco Elysium to be a detective game, but it's a surrealist. It's a surrealist pile of glorious nonsense. Oh. Hang on, I didn't check everything in here, so I'm just going to quickly check this one before we go check out the cars. Alright. A magazine, a motor mag. Fed up with the humdrum of your plain black look? Say something about yourself with the car you drive. Oh, the future of car safety is here. Strap in and speed off using a 2-point seatbelt system. Oh. Seatbelts? Oh, it'll never take off. And Esmery, I haven't been able to get back to where I think we saw the random gas canister, so... Now, I still think that what's happening is that Levy's taking cars, stripping them of paint, and reselling them. Unread notepad entries. Okay. Get into Harold Levy's office. Alright. There's a large basement space in Levy's garage, perfect to hide a body. Harold appears to be courting Yingli. I don't know. Harold works for someone called Frank, who seems to be on edge. Now, let's have a look at the work list. No.
Well, this is definitely the car that Theo dumped the rug into. Charlotte, please don't be inside.
Okay. Radio Weekly. Okay, you know what this is going to be? Because remember he said he couldn't change the radio station off of something else. This Radio Weekly is going to possibly be very useful. Cocky. It's possibly going to be very useful for confirming his story later. Now I've stolen your car keys. Yup.
I wouldn't trust you as far as I could throw you.
Wow, he said that one really quiet.
Now, what's this then?
4526. Sorry, I keep half finishing my point on the detective games. I'm trying to think of some other ones, like games that we can play as a group. Yes, Miyaki Sakura, thank you for writing that down. Now let's find out. Let's find out what it is that we can unlock with that. Fiona just popping in with the quick reminder of, 14k. No big deal. Alright, this is definitely the car, but we need to get it down. Nothing special here. More motor oil. I feel like every time it's saying unread entries, it's trying to get me to... It's trying to get me to look at something. Book says, does Outer Wilds count as a detective game? I would say yes. Like, it's not a detective game in the sense of, like, you know, solve a mystery. But, sorry, like, solve a murder as a hard-boiled detective. But you are given a great big mystery to work through. So what is this?
Now what do we have here?
It looks like a compressor. Let's just start pushing buttons. Let's see what happens. Aha! Alright, so basement lift.
These all seem to be powered from here.
So external connection. Good old car battery. So, sorry, this is how we're going to power the car lift.
Ah! Oh, dear God. I must be doing something right.
The shutters aren't working. Check the basement. The fuse seems to be playing up.
So the fuse for the shutters is blown in the basement.
Okay.
Good to know.
Yeah, and Book, we are being incredibly stealthy. You know, what we're setting this all off. Bingo bango. Solving problems. JP's like, whoa, Batman games are detective games too. Well, okay, I know the joke is that, you know, the only real detecting that you do in most of Batman games is which kind of fist to use on person. Alright, car key in the boot. There's
Charlotte, please don't be in there.
What we can find.
This might come in handy.
Just gonna lug a car battery around with us. Come on! Where's hello, River?
Theo was fixing this car this morning. It's the one he put the rug into. Is she still inside? I'm making a mess.
Yeah, you are. Sorry, Jackie was trying out Tender and got to the, if you don't find anyone, wither and die. Yeah. It's not actually telling you that, but it does get to some very interesting... Okay. It does go to some really interesting places, let me tell you. Okay, and one of these days...
Must be doing something with oils here.
One of these days we're going to find something in a
Nothing
sink.
to do with Charlotte May.
Like, some of the conversations you have with people on Tender is... Again, I'm still amazed that it was dialogue that someone wrote and not either a live actor or... Alright, so the fuses are blown on that one. So I guess we need the basement lift for now. Or were they saying that it's the basement lift that's busted? Hang on. Let's see if this will bring the shutters. Nope. Okay, let's think this through. Ninja, how you doing this afternoon? What ho, friend? I was just trying to think of detective games. And, I mean, Book was mentioning the Outer Wilds, which does, at least in my humble opinion, does definitely count as a detective game. Because we've been playing this for, God, like 2-3 hours now? In Operation Find Out Where This Ruddy Child Has Gone. Now, I wonder if we can sneak past. This game's pretty good about not letting us get ourselves into too much trouble.
Oh, just what I need.
Ah, no, we are stuck in here. Would Spy Fox count as a detective game? If this is the setup to a good joke, I am sorry that it is going over my head, but I'm going to Google it. Oh, those ones. Like the old, like, kids point and clicks. I mean, technically, yes, they do have detective-like elements. Sorry, the reason I was asking is because I really enjoy doing stuff like this. Like, playing a game through, solving puzzles with a bunch of friendos. Like, gotta find a way to restore power to the shutters. Oh yeah, the other things that we learned about Theo was that Theo's not making much money, but Theo also isn't being charged rent. So something is afoot. Annabelle is absolutely sleeping with Giant Nose McBeefcake. There is definitely something here involving batteries, because there's a very specific slot. Like, we can't remove it. We can't remove it from here. So where does the bungee cord go? I'm just gonna clip it onto this oil can and just see where life takes us. What was the note that said again? If the shutters aren't working, basement fuses will be playing up. Okay, let's see if that does the trick. Nothing seems to be happening. I mean, is the basement lift in here? What am I missing on my little adventures? Checked over here. Unless the basement lift is literally the little chain we saw through the grate. Let's give that a look. Ninja was saying that their mum loves mystery games like Nancy Drew, Siberia, Myst. Yeah, I don't think that games like Myst make for good group games to play, because sometimes with games like Myst, you spend a larger portion of time like rubbing one object against another, trying to work the problem through. Yeah, and that's all still just a haunting descent into some strange dark pit. Yeah, the Outer Wilds was great because everybody that had played through it could enjoy watching it, and those people that hadn't played through it, we could all kind of like work on solving the problem together, And I love stuff like that. Don't be shy, just jump on down that haunting well. There's no way this ends poorly. Okay. Missing something obvious here. Missing something obvious. So what have I not spotted? Like, maybe it's these big shutters here is what we need to be opening. Okay, yeah, so jump lead, shutter. Or we need to turn one off. There we go. Once more with fooling. Let's get that basement lift going. All right, now we can use the other lift to get down to the basement. Back in we. All right, jobs are good. Do some very careful wheelchair maneuvers here. This does have a little bit of that mist kind of vibe to it, especially anytime you interact with something and giving you the in-universe context. So, like, oh god, basement's flooded?
Explains the damp smell. The water's far too deep to wade through.
And exceedingly dangerous. Alright, let's investigate his shit. Pots, pans, not a lot of anything really. I mean, I don't expect that we're going to turn a corner and find a box says that I did it. Here's how I did it. Please also find a murder weapon and other shenanigans. Right, what have we got here? Ah! Fuse, we'll need that in a second. The old racing motor oil. Job's a good one. And another fuse as well. And 2 for 2.
If Catherine were here, she'd probably try to wade through it. If Catherine were here, she'd probably arrest me.
You are doing illegal things right now. Let's be bloody honest.
I'm going to need to hurry. The fuse is blown.
Alright, take blown fuse.
This one's no good.
Oh, P-balls. Alright. Fuse, fuse. Come on, good fuse. Woohoo! Alright. Lovely, lovely. Alright, fuse is sorted.
Right.
And I saw that group of cans.
Time to open those shutters and get back to the office.
Immediately thought about getting those as foam canisters for the Blackout Club. Because what can I say? I'm always down for phone party. Some documents and photo albums, but nothing massive. So, how big is this place? Oh, it's just another fuse. Alright. Let's bail. Oh! Esmeralda, have a lovely rest of your day. Thank you, fellow detective, for your insight and company. I'll let you know how the case progresses. I'll let you know who else's house we break into and steal shit from. I mean, do detective work.
Mr. Levy. Hello.
Okay, so now, get them shutters open. I feel like we're about to get our ass kicked.
Good. Now to get back to the office.
But there's a car out there. You must see that. Alright, let's just see how this adventure progresses. See it.
This is a delivery van. Shirley Downs warned me about Harold's late-night deliveries.
And it was not a euphemism. But the driver seems to be absent. Okay. Yeah, it's actually one of the things I've been thinking a lot about again, is now things have started to level out life-wise. Getting back on doing the GED for the what we're casually at the moment calling the pit, but a group.
The threat in the box said there was something in this office. Perhaps something for my evidence board.
So how long before we get our construction exosuit?
I think we've got to get to the. I think we've got to get to the giant vault of super weapons that we then unlock. I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. I'm pretty sure. Also, Shackle, how in the hot heck are you, friend? Watto, welcome once more. Oh, would you look at that?
Poker nights. I've seen these dates before.
You have.
Police search. Sorted.
The poker night dates coincide with the dinner dates that the last next door is having.
Nothing interesting.
Frank calling.
Must be the phone call I overheard. Jacking oil prices. Must be hurting business.
Telephone directory. Can't remember those.
That's a cliche. Old files, perhaps.
And them drawers. Come on. Aha! Handwritten evidence. All right. Mr. Levy, I say this with great concern and disdain. You have run this garage into the ground. If William was still alive to see what you have done with the place, it would see you reprimanded without hesitation. The work carried out on my vehicle was second rate at best. All you had to do was take one look at the clamp under your employ, and you'd have some notion as to how badly it's all gone wrong. I'm afraid I could no longer be a customer of such a shoddy and disreputable workshop. Shame on you, sir. I said
both as bad as
shame on
each
you.
other.
Now, was there anything on the back? Just a drawing of a big middle finger. Oh God. Okay, sorry I did the voice.
Can't open this by hand.
Okay. What have I got? That's. Oh, I'm so sorry, friends. That caught me right off guard. I did not get a chance to mute the mic. Oh, book. Have yourself a lovely rest of your evening. Sorry I didn't see that. Yeah. The investigation shall continue until morale improves. Okay. Premium glue. It's the flavor town there. Alright, so I guess. Aha! Wire cutters. Jobs good. And a pipe wrench that will probably be used on me later. What have we got? Purchase log and the ledger. Oh wow, that's just empty. Read. Nothing. Some shady nonsense.
Pipe, wrench, fight. Pipe, wrench,
Bits
fight.
and bobs.
Pipe, wrench. It's all in the mind. If you want to test me, I'm sure you'll find. Sorry.
Nothing interesting.
I'm sure you'll find nothing interesting. But yeah, so Shaka, we've been jamming on this today, and it's a really, really good, like, post-Telltale detective story. Like, set in post-World War II Britain, a little girl has gone missing. And we, a retired private investigator from across the road, have taken it upon ourselves to look into this. Our daughter is a police officer and one of the people assigned to find this case. So we're not...
Could be useful.
Yeah, I'm going to take that. So we're not telling her that we are doing this sneaky cheeky stuff. We've broken into our next door neighbour. We've broken into our next door neighbour's place. Okay, possible evidence found.
Not what I was expecting. I'm sure Harold knows why this is so damning. Did Tony Morgan take this? Is that why Harold attacked him?
And I...
Petrol.
Could be useful. Let's see what else is in the box. Gas Listerine. Yes, that shackle, that is what it's called. Not to be confused with Gas Listerine, which is a particular brand of petrol-flavoured mouthwash for the self-concerning dental hygiene mechanic. Not a lot of people know. Jackie's like, Will! Tender is calling me out for overthinking things. Did I not tell you that game was good? Like, I mean, Jackie, depending on how deep you want to go into it, you can finish a run of it for a while. Sorry, I just said nonsense words at you. I'm so sorry. You can easily finish that game, but if you consider it finished is more... That's a matter of opinion if you consider it finished. Alright. Oh, sorry, and again, to Shackle and El Ravenger and those of you who just joined us, Ninja as well, like, how was your fucking weekends, friends? I got fancy nails, and we ate an inordinate amount of good food. Saturday night was a feckin' banger. I feel like I've been like semi under the weather for a little bit.
Harold's basement is far more vast than I thought. Charlotte, you down there?
Dude, this is the point to get loud. Like, if you were ever going to, this would be the point. Alright. It's time to pick that lock! Alright. Okay. Neat. Neat. Fiddly ass feckin' lock. Feck!
Charlotte may not be down there, but there is a lovely cask of Amontillado.
That sounds lovely. Do you reckon I can have some? Shall I just go help myself? Would that be okay? Alright, I'll B for this one. the thing is, none of this is overly complex in so much as it's kind of the rubbing your head and patting your stomach at the same time. There's so many different things you have to do simultaneously here at a certain speed, and it really does feel like trying to pick a lock. In New Zealand, it's not illegal to have a lock-picking set, so a friend would have it for house parties and just pass it around. Alright. Harold Levy. Okay, what was the number before? Miyaki Sakura, did you scribble it down? Did we scribble it down? I can give it a sec. Because we got, so there's Theo's one and there's Harold's one. Got those to kind of work on. Okay, so this one, whilst we're remembering that one, Sarge has assigned me to the Crow's Nest to help with searches. So you're going to be on your own here getting this pump working. Watch out for Mr. Levy. He's been snooping around a little too closely for my liking. I'm still not entirely convinced that the basement flooding was accidental, if you know what I mean. Oh, and by the by, if any chance my father comes over while you're still here, could you please kindly turn him away and not tell the others about it? Thanks, Catherine. Okay.
There's more to the basement than meets the eye.
Do.
May. The pump is set to clear the basement of water.
Alright, 4526. Let's give it a try. Four, 5, 2, 6. Nothing. Let's try Theo's one then. Four, 5, 2, 6. Yes. Wellity. Look what we got here. My darling wife, happy birthday, Theo. I mean, not as sinister as I might have thought. Pour gasoline on gift. Okay, so we don't know Harold's one.
Oh, this hose needs connecting. Takes gasoline.
Good thing we've got that totally on-brand gasoline. Oh, actually, Shackle, very, very good spot there. That was yeah, the capitalization of father. So yeah, it could have been a local priest. Also, sorry, Shackle, I didn't say thank you for the 200. God, where are my manners today? You'll be thinking the right worst of me. And we can head back up this way. Unlock the bloody door. What are you looking at?
What's this? I wonder if I can knock it down.
Shit, yeah, you can. Alright, we need to get a little bit more run up. Agoniki says they need a version of this game where you're like a household brownie. You mean like a little like
Well, I'm too close to stop now.
204 something. It's a new clue. $204. Ooh. So a couple of coins. Yeah, alright, let's give that note a read.
Who wants to sing?
Oh, Wheeler Dealer! Thank you kindly for throwing us a host. Sorry, I'm deep into the paint investigation style. How are you?
It doesn't look like they have much to go on.
Mr. Levy, due to a suspicious call from one of your neighbours, we are obligated to search your garage premises in regards to the disappearance of Charlotte May Morgan. You are not under arrest, and we will endeavour not to disrupt your business. The search will begin first thing tomorrow. Please cooperate with our investigation. Officer John Thatcher, Riverport Police Department. It's not Dudley. Alright, down we go. I thought we'd get like a drift maneuver going. Whee! Man, he looks so grumpy all the time. Like, I'm not usually one to try and meta a story as it's going, but I do have this worry that our character's not okay. Do you know what I mean? I have this feeling that he's... The message we got earlier about his friend... Wait, was it 206 or 204? Oh, it was 204, wasn't it? Haha! Brute force it! Yeah. Dear sir, we have been told that there may be a missing person on your premises. And on account of them facts, we're going to need to make sure that you have plenty of time to hide any evidence that you might need to.
Now, what's this?
That, my friend, is a clasp. Hydroforce Siphon 2 water pump. Complete setup and internal workings manual. No, nothing too shifty here. I just love the fact that even if nothing has happened, this old guy has just run roughshod through this whole area. Like, the amount of people who've had their shit, like, nicked, stolen, and broken by this old dude in a... this old dude in a wheelchair.
It's working. And quickly, too. Damn if it's not loud. Charlotte, if you're down there, I will find you.
So we go... which way is faster? I guess back through this way? Actually, no. Back the way we came, because that'll take us towards the basement lift. No one's yelling, "Help me!" from down there, so I guess that's a good sign. Okay, now we're going through. Alright, so now we're going to head down this way. Oh wait, no, so to get to the basement we need to go this way. Alright. can check the feckin' creepy looking hole into the super basement. Dude. Okay. So that's how we rollin'. Oh god. All I can assume is that it's meant to be the sound of the vehicle doing late night deliveries is covering for our nonsense. And Agananaki, the sewer gators will be fine.
It's worked. Why on earth would Harold have flooded this? Charlotte May.
Oh, Jackie Fox got to the one-word response character in Tender, and...
Charlotte, are you down there?
Yeah, that's a whole thing.
What on earth is all this? Cigarettes.
Just smuggling cheap.
Charlotte, can you hear me?
Determined wheelchair dude. Ooh. Please don't be.
Dear God.
Please don't be a ghost.
It's her. It has to be. I'm too late.
I'm so sorry. It's my ghost allergies. You know how it is.
What? Chemicals? I don't understand. Why? Did Harold Levy drug Charlotte May? There was a rag found at the crime scene. Is this what was on it? There's no way he would flood his own basement unless he was scared of the police searching it. I need my evidence board. This is far too damning to ignore.
But it's not a missing kid. He did also mention earlier on about how the price of... Oh, why did you choose this way to leave? About to get your ass kicked. He... Are we not... Is it busted? Did I break it? Sorry. There was a thing earlier about talking about how the price of motor oil has gone up drastically, so him buying some black market oil.
You're gonna tell me what you're doing in my garage, or am I gonna have to evict you too?
Mr. Levy, I was just about to...
Save it. What were you doing in there? Did you find what you were looking for, did you?
Actually, I was looking for you. As soon as I realized you were at home, I came straight out to find you. You can rest assured.
What is it you want, Mr. Conway?
Well, I wanted to talk with you about Charlotte May's disappearance.
Really?
if you're not too troubled to help.
Why the hell would I waste my time talking to you?
Will you answer some of my questions or not?
So it's an interrogation, then?
It's me asking you to help Tony Morgan find his missing daughter. Surely you want to help.
Fine. I'll humor you. What do you want?
A statement is all. Where you were the night that Charlotte May was taken. What you were doing, with whom you spoke. That kind of thing.
A statement, you say? Where do you want me to begin?
Tell me, if you would, what you did between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. just before Charlotte May was taken.
Well, I was in my flat for most of the night.
Okay.
Except for about 10 o'clock. I went across to the courtyard and locked up the front gate.
Locked up?
You know, to keep the wrong kind of person out. Sometime after that, I heard a noise. Sounded like something strange, but I didn't know what. I guess we all know now, but didn't think much of it at the time.
I want to ask about the noise, but what do you think? Like, whilst this guy might be a shifty, shady Mother Hubbard, I don't think he's done a murder. I think he's getting stolen goods on the side and shilling them to make cash. Or they're... I forget what the technical term is when you steal a car and change its plates and then sell it. I think that's the racket they got going on. So when he says the wrong kind of person, he means the law. Chop shop. Thank you, Hello, my name's William Overguard, and I've apparently forgotten how to fucking talk words that people can speak what good like here. Sorry. Yes, chop shop. Alright, I'm going to ask you about the noise.
You're sure you heard a noise at 10 p.m.? No later?
A little later, maybe. I was up in my flat by then.
How much later?
Couldn't say.
And what do you think the noise was?
Well, we know what it was, Mr. Conway. A little girl screaming.
You actually heard her scream?
Maybe. Why? Are you trying to catch me out?
I'm trying to understand what you're telling me. I myself did not hear her, and neither did the McKees.
What's your point?
Well, either you heard her and did nothing, or you're mistaken.
Well, maybe I'm thinking of something else then.
You were saying?
Anyway, after about 10 or something, I went up to my flat and made a cup of tea and a sandwich. Corned beef and onion, if I remember. Then about 10:15, I ate it. I hope this is the kind of information you were looking for. I was alone all night, so didn't do anything riveting, I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, we got a question on the alone. Because the thing was, the corned beef and onion upstairs was unopened. And we know that he wasn't alone. So... You'll want to poke the hornet's nest on this one? I know I do. Oh, and Shaka was saying that the evidence board is just like a Ouija board, but for evidence. Well, Shackle, I don't know where this game's going to go, but I could imagine it being this old guy and, you know, having been a very distinguished person, you know, fought in World War II, been an independent and private investigator for so long, and his friend talking earlier on via the postcard about, like, losing his memory and starting to forget things. Like, it could be something that's, I wouldn't say wholesome, but it could be something like that. Like, an old guy is just, you know, the onset of dementia. He's looking into this case that never really happened. I could see that. But yeah, I want to ask about the alone.
You were alone all night, so no one can back up your story.
No, guess not.
Do you ever have guests, Mr. Levy?
No, not really.
We know that's a lie.
Never.
Where are you going with this?
Well, there's a key on the plant pot outside your door. You must have put it there for someone.
And how did you find that out?
Well, you can see it from the outside. It's plain as day.
I said I was alone that night. You don't believe me?
I'm merely trying to make sense of it all.
Seems simple enough to me, Mr. Conway. Shall I continue? Or was there more?
Please.
Anyway, around about 10:30, I was sat upstairs listening to my radio show. Kings in the Nile. I had no idea what was going on outside, right under everyone's noses. Scary, ain't it? How you could be stood right next to someone capable of that. And you'd never know until it was too late.
Okay, so he said he was listening to Kings of the Nile. Now, if we could consult our notes right now, we'd be able to check to see when Kings of the Nile played. I'm going to question him on being sat upstairs. Like, obviously, the capable of that comment is him threatening us. He's basically being like, back off or I'll feckin' bash you. Although going on outside, I think, is he implying the kidnapping or is he hinting that he... See, this is the challenge. We get one question out of 3. What do we go for? I think sat upstairs. Let's get some more info on the radio show.
In which room were you sat?
In my kitchen, I think. Why?
Your radio is in your bedroom, is it not?
Yeah. How do you know that?
So, you were listening to a radio show playing in a different room?
You didn't answer me. How do you know where my radio is?
I heard it playing from your window across the courtyard a few days ago. I have a good memory, is all. So you were in your kitchen and your bedroom?
What does it matter?
Well, if you can't remember which room you were in, then how can I take the rest of your statements seriously?
You can take it however you want.
I'll just write that you're unsure.
But you're not writing anything.
You do that. I wish there was more I could tell you. I really do. Must have been about 10:40 to 10:50. I nodded off for a bit, because my mind's a little fuzzy on the details. The newspaper said something about the kidnapper having a key or sneaking in undetected. I think it's a load of old bollocks. And in any case, if I ever did see someone sneaking around here, they wouldn't be walking out, I can tell you. No offense.
None taken. Alright, so you think it's bollocks. What's your theory?
I'm curious.
Piss!
How could the kidnapper have come to be in the possession of a key?
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button.
I've been thinking about that, and there's a lot of ways someone could have got around it, if they were so inclined.
Please, elaborate.
They could have stolen a key. Maybe they did it before and then locked the gate. Maybe they got a key copied weeks ago and then returned the original.
You have put a lot of thought into that, haven't you?
I've known some types in my time. You'd be amazed how resourceful some folk can be.
Resourceful, deceitful. It's a fine line to tread.
No disagreement there.
Right. Well, please continue.
Regardless of all that, I'll tell you what I did here that night. The smash. About 11, I'd say. That little girl must have kicked up a right old fuss. God knows how we didn't hear. That's when I turned on my floodlight. I looked out my window. I saw Mr. Morgan. Right there, laying in a puddle of his own blood. It's a wonder he didn't bleed out. I must have just missed who did it. I tell you, that blood ain't coming out my clothes anytime soon.
Light on or blood of clothes? Let's go blood on clothes. I mean, one, it sounds like an interesting question, and a great band name.
You say the blood was on your clothing?
That's right.
Also, the
What
weight of this
clothing are you
conversation is
referring to?
making me
The shirt I
uncomfortable.
was wearing that night.
Like in a good way.
And why, might I ask, did you have Mr. Morgan's blood on your shirt?
Well, who do you think had to clean it up? Sure as hell wasn't you long.
Well, I thought the police might have done that.
Yeah, well, you thought wrong, didn't you?
I'm sorry you had to deal with that.
It's my job, Mr. Conway.
Yeah, of course it is. As you were.
Other than that, I don't know what more I can say. We all get what's coming to us, don't we? Anyhow, what if it was me? What are you going to do about it?
Well, for a start, I would have...
Interrupting door says what?
Maybe I did do it. Hell, maybe you did it. You could be wasting time questioning me to cover your own back. That would be a funny old turn, wouldn't it?
I have to say, Mr. Levy, we've not spoken this much before, and I find you strangely heartless considering the circumstances. I'd imagined you'd feel a little more sympathy for your neighbor and his missing daughter. You say you had nothing to do with it, but I can't help but think...
Go on.
I think you're hiding something. Something to do with Charlotte May. And when this is all said and done, Mr. Morgan will know who helped and who stood in the way of my investigation. I hope to God you had nothing to do with it.
Listen to me. You think you got problems now being in that chair. You keep this kind of thing up, and you're going to end up hurt. Or worse.
Is that a threat, Mr. Levy?
A warning's what it is.
Well, consider me warned.
It's late, Mr. Conway. Piss off.
Okay. Esmery, I don't think we're any clearer on what's gone down. Obviously, shady shit is happening, especially with this bloke. But we have no more clarity on what's happened to Charlotte or anything else.
During our conversation, Harold Levy was imposing, attempting to intimidate me. It's clear the man does not like me, and the feeling is mutual. I'm certain he's up to no good, and I suspect it has something to do with Charlotte May. The chemicals I found appear to match the crime scene, no question there. There are, however, some things that still remain unanswered.
Okay, so now it's detective time. So, can we prove he's doing something illegal? Can I disprove Harold was listening to the King's the Nile at 8:10 p.m.? We can. Yeah, bust out the red string, friends. Now, the first thing we know off the bat. Hey! Tall Tales, I hope you are ready to help us solve a crime. How are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. How are you doing? Don't know why I've started singing. We've been interviewing shifty people. How are you? Walking one person. Watto, welcome. Hello, hello. You know what? It's because, yeah, you were singing and then passed it over. It is incredibly infectious. Toll, how was your stream? How was your day? How are you doing? Tell me your tales. We are playing, you know what? Let me just grab you the Steam link for this. Because it's much faster. We are playing Conway, a Disappearance in Dahlia View, and it is a fascinating game. It is a fascinating game. We play a retired private investigator in a tiny post-World War II British town as a little girl has gone missing. And we've taken it upon ourselves to investigate and try and find out what has happened. It's not like the Oprah Din. This is more of a narrative through And we're questioning each person in this little area, and then trying to piece together what they've been up to, trying to pick holes in their story and see who's up to what. Unfortunately, it turns out this whole area might be just full of shifty people. But so far, we found nothing else to help us find out what happened to this little girl. Obra Dinn's brilliant. And I'm still waiting for Fangamer to do the physical books. You know the little notepad from Obra Dinn? You can get a physical version of that. And I'm looking forward to doing that. Yeah, I can't believe that it turned out at the end of Obra Dinn it was the butler who did it. Like, and with the candlestick as well. God, it's just brutal. Yeah, so we've been solving crimes, getting things together. Now, this shady bloke says he was listening to Kings of the Nile at 10 to 11. I think he's full of shit.
Harold said he was listening to Kings of the Nile in his flat at 10:50, whilst Charlotte May was being taken. But can I disprove his alibi?
Shit, yeah, you can. So over here, we nicked the Riverport Radio Weekly, and okay. Kings of the Nile was on at the time he said it was, but was his radio busted? Oh, okay. So his radio is broke and it's on the wrong channel. So he can't have been listening to it, I think. Because Kings of the Nile was playing on FM 105. And his busted radio is on 96. So we get to bust out the red string and solve some of this one. So there's Kings of the Nile. Boop. But we have a look over here. He was looking at a different radio station, wasn't he? Oh. So yeah, sorry, I'm being a terrible host. So walking one person and everybody that came over with Tall Tales, hello, how are you doing? Sorry, I'm getting really into the weeds on this detective game, so I'm not being my usual talk your ear off self. If we haven't met, my name's Will. It's lovely to meet you. I used to work in the video games industry, and whether I do or do not is still a matter for discussion. But these days I do this 5 days a week. Weird, interesting indie games, and yeah, usually talking your bloody ear off. Also about video games. Okay, so we're going to need that one in a second. I know you've been doing Saturday, Thursday, Sunday. I guess that's the shady thing. What we need is the... yeah, there we go. It's stuck on that channel. So we know that despite his statements, there's no way he could have been listening to Kings of the Nile because his radio's fucked. Yeah. No, and Esmeralda, I will check the visual evidence. Let's have a look. Because, okay, the visual evidence we've got is this thing saying liar. Or we've got red car, yellow car, and green car. And someone has scratched liar into this. Like, they are mad. And then here we've got the I know what you've been doing. Blacktop taxi in, out, blue road car with top bit removed. So this is the chop shop part of it. Yeah, Thursday, brown van comes in, yellow van comes out. Green motorcycle with sidecar and silver exhaust goes in. Green motorcycle, no sidecar, black exhaust comes out. So somebody is aware that he's running a chop shop place. Now this one I don't quite understand. So replacement for windscreen wiper set, replacement for front tires on the house, headlight bulb on the house. There's something about this that I don't quite get, but there's definitely something to it. But here's where we get into the nitty gritty, my friends. So a 3-wheeler Yarrow span carrier, brown runner van. I'm pretty sure one of those is one of the stolen cars. I just got to work out which one's which, you know. That's obviously not a feckin' 3-wheeler, but the others. Do we know the colour of Theo's car? That one was still kind of grey. So...
A threatening note in Harold Levy's flat seemed to provoke his attack on Tony Morgan. Is this related to Charlotte May? The note accused Harold of illegal activities, but what evidence here proves it?
So yeah, we've definitely got these two. So we've got the note, and the note shows the cars coming in and then the cars coming out, like him pulling the shenanigans. But which parts? And then we've got this evidence board here. But you can see what I mean on this one, especially... yeah, I don't know. You know what? That one might be a bit of a red herring. I'm still curious as to... yeah, so tan Ladybird hatchback with a red side passenger door. Brown KP double runner, blue Hilton Prestige caravan with walnut trim, silver RVJ Aspen Merlin with 2 cylinders. If we then go over here, let's see if there was... so there was a brown van that went in and a yellow van that came out. So over here... did I see a brown van? Yeah. Brown KP double runner van with eagle bonnet ornament. Oh! Eagle bonnet. Eagle! Wellity, wellity, wellity. Would you look at that? Had to leave the little vanity bump on. And Baron Watto, friend. How are you doing, mate? We're solving crime! This is why I love these games. Makes you feel feckin' smart when you work it out. So yeah, that's the evidence that ties it together. So we move this over here. So this one is, yeah, the brown van into the yellow van. And then this police listing of nicked cars. Yep, brown double round van with eagle bonnet ornament. And then, oh, wellity, wellity, wellity. Would you look at that? The feckin' eagle! Alright. I don't solve those. I commit those all the time. It's crimes. It's on the hood, not the bonnet. Okay. Don't let car facts get in the way of a good theory.
Good, I was right.
Yeah.
Now, on to the next.
And... Agony says, be gay, solve crimes. Well, solve is strong. We don't work for the law. Solve mysteries. Like Scooby-Doo.
Harold lied to me about his alibi. There was no way he could have been listening to Kings of the Nile on his broken radio. The stolen cars are worrying indeed, but don't seem to be related to Charlotte May. The chloroform-like chemical I found is my only real lead. He must have hidden those bottles for a reason. Ultimately, this is all conjecture. I can't prove he's taken Charlotte May.
This River doing a big snooze over there. Ugh, who would it be at this hour? Are we just gonna open the deadbolt? Not gonna ask who it is.
Why was the bolt on?
Well, what with everything, one can't be too careful.
Fair enough.
What did you want to talk about?
I've just come back from having a very interesting conversation with your landlord.
Harold Levy, really?
What do you suppose he wanted to talk to me about?
Well, actually, Catherine, I wanted to talk to you about that.
You've been rumbled.
So he was telling the truth. You know, he was so close to pressing charges, and it's not my job to talk him out of it. I could have been arresting you right now, or any one of my colleagues, whom I can assure you would not be as nice as me about it.
Why? He seemed fine after I spoke to him.
You trespassed and damaged his property, and don't try to talk your way out of it.
Well, what do you want me to say?
I don't know, to be honest.
Why do you think he didn't press charges? The reason he didn't want the police searching in the first place was because he was hiding what basically amounts to chloroform. The same thing he used to drug Charlotte May. He had a gallon of the stuff.
I know.
Well, so why don't you arrest him?
It's a completely different brand.
Well, have you checked his orders? He might have switched recently.
I have.
Then why does he have chloroform in the first place?
He uses it to dilute oils. It's a side scam to rip off his customers. You would have known that if you were working on the case, but you're not.
Well, diluting goods is illegal too, surely. Arrest him for that, and you can interrogate him.
And all he'd get is a fine. And that would be the end of it.
I'm sorry, but...
You're not an investigator anymore, Dad. I know you want to help, but trust me, you're not. In fact, you're making my job that much harder.
Catherine, I was merely trying...
You made me a promise. From now on, I just want you to honor it.
I will be breaking that promise moments after you leave this house.
Why not?
I promised Tony Morgan that I would help find Charlotte.
Oh, it was a kettle. I was like, what the shit is that noise? It's freaking me out. Makes me want a cup of tea, though. Suspicious owl.
Thankfully, Harold Levy didn't press charges against me. He probably didn't want the police searching any more than they had to. It confirms my suspicion that Harold is up to no good, but I can't convince Catherine to investigate further. Am I wasting my time watching my neighbors? Mrs. Doer is old and frail. Is she even capable of such a thing as attacking a man and taking his child?
So we find out she's actually like this ninja flipping assassin.
I made Mr. Morgan an impossible promise, but if I stopped now, it was all for nothing.
Doer. Sorry. Is he really a man? Just... So, I tell you what, friendos. I'm going to quickly nip to the loo because I've been drinking a lot of coffee today. Let's do this section of photography to see what we can observe from Mrs. Doer. And then I'd like to make a suggestion. Let's bring our adventures to a close today, but I genuinely want to finish this. Like, it seems a lot of you are enjoying this as well as I am. Like, it's got like this real nice suspense drama thing going on. Like, everyone's up to something shady in this street. But who is responsible for Charlotte's disappearance? And honestly, like, it could go so many different ways. Like I was saying, like, it could go meta-narrative, it could go, like, psychological horror. We have no idea. And I really like that. Plus, I'm a sucker for a detective game. And this isn't quite as in-depth as things like The Hand with Many Fingers or again, like Heaven's Vault. But I'm having a great time with it. God, I really wish the team who did A Hand with Many Fingers would just do that game, but more and bigger. Do you think if I just annoy them on Twitter enough, they'll make a whole game because I ask them? Anyway, I'm just going to nip to the loo. Let me put some jams on for you, friends. Then we'll creep on an old lady around her house. And after that, who knows? Probably could have phrased it better. You know what? Meow Kitty Sakura. You're right. It's not really a detective case if everyone isn't sketchy as hell. Okay, I'll be back in just a second. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go creep on an old lady. Hello, hello. Graphite. Sneaking in 100 there. Sneaking in $1 like it's no big deal. I saw it. I saw it. Agadaniki says they half expected to end with them finding criminals and it all getting thrown out of court because of an illegal search. No, no, no. This is Britain. The cops will find a way. Okie dokie. I'm itching to continue with this, if that's all right, friends. So let's start taking some more pictures and see how it's going.
There's that ball again.
You didn't see anything.
Hello, hello, hello.
So this is the police's base of operations. By the sounds of it, they've forgotten all about Charlotte May.
I mean, it's a pub, let's be bloody honest. Nothing really going on over here.
Her poster is already in the gutter. Am I the only one looking for Charlotte May?
No. Oh, Graphite, did I not see anything? Oh, you know what? Graphite Sparrow, I'm so sorry. You know what? It's just we've been playing a lot of games today. I've had a lot of coffee. I must be imagining things. My mistake. But if you had thrown in an additional 200 bits on top of that, I'd have to say thank you because, I'm feckin' grateful that 50 people, friendos, are hanging out while we solve old-timey crimies. I'm having a great time. But obviously, Graphite, that didn't happen, so I don't have to say thank you very much. Also, I'm disappointed in myself that it took me this long today to use the term old-timey crimey. It's time for some old-timey limey crimies. Alright, it's going down. Doesn't seem to be anything too shifty going on. What if we are the ones kind of like just losing our marbles quietly? What would the aggressive owls think, eh? Oop, didn't see that, but I did want to get a better look in at the pub. I guess they've given up on snooker. Blimey! It's the old time crimey limey. Cool. Blimey, governor. I'll beep yourself. Look into his eyes. Look into his eyes and no mustache. Alright. Alright, Nana Weirdo, where are you? Oh.
There's a light on downstairs.
Okay.
Mrs. Doer is still awake.
Yeah, who'd be up all night?
Here I am, spying on an elderly lady.
She's about to just do like a fat line off the desk or something.
Might have to zoom in a little further. Mrs. Doer's bedroom. That big house all to herself, and she only lives in one room. How age punishes us.
What are you up to?
Now this is interesting. What is she doing under there? It looks like she's hiding something. But what is it? Well, that floorboard is my first port of call.
I don't think old lady's going to be a cool drug-using ninja. I think she's going to be a sad old lady. Actually, Agonaniki, you make a good point. The sheer amount of people in this...
I'm not zoomed in enough to see. Mrs. Doer's home once looked out onto a field of dahlia flowers. Her husband built the manor house with shipping company money. Now it's surrounded by all of this.
Bloody cats are fighting again. Bloody cats. I tell thee. No, Agonaniki made a point that everybody in this street seems to have, like, random kids' toys. Oh. hanging out in the basement now.
What could she be doing in the basement? And how did she get down there? This is getting stranger by the minute.
Mate, I think you might have just been awake for a few days, you know? Oh, she's done with downstairs. She did leave her box with a single knife in, just hanging out in the middle of the floor. That's worrying, but okay. We're creeping on old ladies. That's what detectives do. Oh, wait, wait. Oh. Sorry, I saw the blue flashing light and I was like, is it the pawpaw again? Oh, there we go. She's up in.
I'd give anything to know what's in that box. Maybe it has something to do with what was hidden under the floorboard. That's my second port of call.
Dude, she's just a very old lady. I think you might be reading too much into it.
Now she seems to be doing something.
What the heck?
That's not her at all. Mrs. Doe is in danger. Unless they're working together. I need to get a photograph of the intruder.
Alright. Time to play Sinister Bastard Whack-A-Mole. Although I swear by the old gods and the new, if that feckin' bastard just pops up in front of our camera, I will scream.
Dear God, I've got you red-handed. You there! Stop what you're doing at once! I said stop! You won't get away with this.
Alright. And... smash some bottle fragments and everything! The guinea pigs have very strong opinions on who this particular killer is, but I'm not going to let them spoil it, just in case the guinea pigs have worked it out already. I am the law! Yep, although you're right, that person did in fact get away with it. They were there and they got away. Alright, so I tell you what, friendos, I think this is a good point to bring our adventures to a close for today. But let's have a crack at this next week after Friendsgiving and all of that ilk. Yeah, because next week, next week we're going to be starting Hades as well. So it'd be nice to have something to offset the me getting my ass kicked by demons. Well, by the citizens of the underworld, but excuse me, you know what I mean. And we've still got Tales of Iron, so that's a nice mix. We'll have this, Tales of Iron, and Hades next week. That'll be feckin' grand. It's just that I think, at least considering how much we've played it, this game's we've got to investigate the old lady and the pub owner, and then put that all together in some manner. We also still haven't really investigated the dad. Oh, well, Miyaki Sakura, I really hope that I will be interesting to watch a playthrough of. Because honestly, that's the only thing that's stopped me from doing Hades sooner, is because I worry that I'm going to get too into it and I'm not going to be very interesting. You know, I don't want to ignore you lot. So, hopefully I can do it justice. But yeah. Let me bring this to a close. Also, we're about to tackle Mount Leftovers. Our goal is to eat as much food in the freezer between now and Friendsgiving as to make room for the food that will be created. I know, it's a hard life, but somehow we'll struggle through. That's why we had gyoza for lunch, because it were frozen. Oh. Although, being in a region that has incredibly good, like, international supermarkets, like, the gyoza brands we can get are so good. Oh. Oh, Rhymes and Moose. Hades play-along starts Wednesday the 1st. So it's going to be Christmas in Hades. Oh man, that's really pithy. I like that. I don't know if I'll get Hades done by the end of Christmas. I highly doubt I'll finish it in 4 days because you know I love talking about it. And the thing is, I want to hear, like, as we find it, I'm going to be really interested to hear about the bits of Hades that you all love. Like, I'm really intrigued to hear about that. I mean, Jackie, get a frozen turkey. Or chicken, depending on your location. Just have a monstrous roast dinner with friends on Thanksgiving, and you've basically done it. Like, get a big bird, cook a big bird, invite friendos together, have a good day of it. Oh, lordy.
Watermelons just purchased Humble Manga Bundle, Lone Wolf and Cub by Koi K from Dark Horse for $25.
Watermelon. Well, whoever that was, again, like, thank you for going through the Humble links and stuff. I know it's a pain in the ass, but it helps keep the lights on. I mean, hell, the fact that we're going to be able to do, like, a Friendsgiving thing on Thursday, like, that's thanks to you lot. So, back in yo. Also, Thursday day, I've got a really gorgeous arty indie game to show you. I've got this, like, Studio Ghibli artist studio puzzle game, which is called Behind the Frame, and it looks beautiful. What? See, Jackie, that was the... No! I don't know who was using Coil and who pointed Coil Twitchbot at us, but thank you for 100 bits, yo. Well, see, Jackie, this is why I really, really wanted someone else to play Tender, is because I've not done digi-dating, but the manner in which you interact with people, the conversations you have, they felt so real. Like, so real. And it blew my tiny mind. Like, there was one date I went on with a person who kind of had, like, big drama kid energy, and you get kind of introduced to the friends group immediately. And the way the date unfurled is like situations I've been in so many times. Well, I don't know, is it controversial to say that I don't think that the Leisure Suit Larry games are good video games? Is that controversial of me to say? I don't know. Am I putting forward weird people opinions? Like, oh, sorry, because JP was just mentioning that there's a Leisure Suit Larry bundle right now. And I'm like, I just don't think they're very good games. I know, sorry, here's me dropping the hottest of hot takes. So friendos, I'm going to bring our adventures to a close. I'm going to remind you all that there is going to be a Pui Pui Molcar racing game. Because if I hadn't told you earlier in the day, then I get to be the one that passes on that wonderful information. Once again, I am spoiled for too many people to pass you on to afterwards. It's not fair! There's too many people! But I do need to say massive thank you. Sorry. Yeah, now that the detective time is going, you can tell my brain's like powering down. Today's game was a lot better than I was expecting, so I'm real happy. Like, I didn't think it was going to be bad, but it did the thing that I was really hoping it would, which is weave together a larger portion. Weave together a larger portion of mechanics and ideas and things we've seen in other setups. Oh no! Park Programs makes a great point. Someone did buy Leisure Suit Larry. It was Dinner Suit Daryl. Who, like, friendos, if you don't reuse, whoever you are, if you don't reuse Dinner Suit Daryl as a character name, I'll be severely disappointed. Oh. Okay, we have too many friendos that are doing really good stuff right now. So I'm going to roll credits, but finding whoever we're going to go on to next is going to be a challenge. Birthday Suit Bob. All right, are we just making like a trifecta? So we've got Dinner Suit Daryl, Birthday Suit Bob, and Leisure Suit Larry. God. Our own little like trifecta of nonsense. Right. Thank you, time. So, friendos, today's game was excellent. We're going to continue with it next week, and I'm really curious to see where this game goes. And I hope you all have enjoyed some straight up, like, twee and yet kind of heavy detective stuff. Like, especially during that last with the guy who's clearly running a chop shop. Like, that was tense. And I think it goes to that whole point of, like, disempowered characters are more interesting to play as. We're a dude in a wheelchair. We can't do shit in a fight. Like, but there we are still risking life and limb trying to find out what happened. The tension is brilliant. Casual Suit Carl and Hazmat Suit Harry being the additionals. Now we've got our own, like, Power Rangers set up. Except for there's more than one Pink Ranger. The joke is naked. But no. Today's been a fucking lovely day, and I want to say thank you to you all. Hopefully I'm getting to the point where my thank yous are almost innumerous, as that means I'm coming close enough to saying it proper. God, I've forgotten how to speak people words. I love doing this. I love spending time with you lot, so thank you. Right. To that end, these are the individuals that I must thank directly. So friendos, chucking bits at my dumb face is probably the biggest thing that keeps this operation going. So I'd like to say a huge thank you to Quasimodo, Professor Farnsworth, Lyris Dragon, Bacon Avenger, Shackle Draconis, Favor 6, The Standing Gamer, Graphite Sparrow, Spooky League of Ghost Anonymous Cheers, people's stuff and things. I don't know where this weird voice is coming from. I'm sorry. Down Under Dwarf, Wolfcrad, Vanderbeast, Pun Spectre, whoever was using the coil system, and Beaked Leader. All of you, thank you so much. Your moderators today was Caffeine and Rhymes with Moose, but also thank you to Lizzie T. Pow and Tarlicus, Teddy's, Gildeo. Oh, now I'm double guessing myself. Captain Bambi's Revenge were on you follow people, so thank you all. It's lovely to meet you. And to the Stammering Gamer, Professor Farnsworth, Jackie Foxbot, Tier 1, Fred Durst, Pudding, Raoul Cooley, the entirety of the Netherlands, and Indie Luchador, whether you were hunted by House Carl or whether you were celebrating sprees, thank you. Now to Fiona, Cat and Steph, the Smallest Waffle, Lost Flowers, Jackie Fox and Wheeler Dealer, thank you for the hosts because it makes the numbers go up. And that's all Mr. Twitch bloody cares about. But also to the Herald of Chaos and Tall Tales, thank you for trusting me with your crowds. I hope I proved vaguely entertaining places to deposit
Reactor
your...
online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
You're just sneaking that in at the end.
Tee cheeky resub. Hey howdy gopira hey.
Just firing that little air horn into the air at the end. So cheeky. So cheeky. Okay. So, I got 3 choices I can offer you. So, one is a sampler's platter of itch.io's top 20 games of October. One is an escape room, a first-person escape room with some seriously arty vibes, and the other is Inscription, and that being I want to say the midpoint of Act 3 of Inscription. All excellent people, all excellent things to watch. So I'm going to do the sensible adult thing and make it your responsibility to choose where we go. That's right, I'm taking the responsibility and throwing it at you. Oh, Jackie found Drama Duck. Yeah, good luck with that. Good luck. I don't know. You ever dated a drama kid before? They are a lot. Agananaki's like, oh no, Will has begun delegation. All along, that was my plan. No, actually, some friendos have been actively trying to help me a lot with long shipping stuff behind the scenes, which I'm very grateful for, but I am the worst at delegating. So I have not been doing it well enough. Okay. Curses, I will have to make an executive decision. I am not trained for this. Alright. Let's put it between escape room or inscription. Escape room or inscription. And again, it is endgame of Inscription, so some of you might not wanna. God, sorry, here's me, waiting with bated breath. I think it's going to be... You know what? Let's put it onto escape room. So, good friend and long Shippian supporter Stooge is currently playing First Class Escape, which is a Mystian-esque escape room style puzzle on a very fancy train. So we're going to head over there. Mainly because I don't want anyone lurking to accidentally get the ending of Inscription spoiled for them. So that's McCall. Right. So I'm going to pass you Detective Viking numpties over onto Stooge. If I had the ability to load you all up on Skittles and sugar and caffeine and send you over there, I would, because I'm not the person who should be in charge of things. Oh, Zoot Suit Zach! Okay, Park never stopped. Alright, so friendos, have a lovely rest of your evening. Tomorrow we're playing Tales of Iron, the Salt and Sanctuary meets Red Wall game that I am besotted with. And because I had a feckin' meltdown last week, we didn't get to play anymore. So I'm all about this. We're going to do side quests. We're going to get into mischief. It's going to be great. We're going to restore the Rat Throne to its true glory. Oh. Alright. Well, I hope you've still got some puzzle solving left in yous. I'm going to go pass you over to Stooge. Friends, have a lovely rest of your evening. I'll see you tomorrow for Rats Doing Murders. And, yeah, have a lovely night.